It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Prime Ticket presents the Dodgers as they take on the Atlanta Braves. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good evening to you, wherever you may be on this Friday night. Dodgers and Braves. Dodgers with a record of 67-42. The last time they had that kind of a record, 1977, when they wound up in the World Series. But even the 77 club didn't have the excitement around this one. How about Andre Ethier? 5 walk-offs this year. The Dodgers have 11 walk-offs this year. And if you go back to 2008, a total of 19. Really is Dodger Stadium the best show in town. They'll try and continue it tonight, and it will be Chad Billingsley on the mound. Pitched well against Atlanta last time out, bothered by a tight hamstring and had to come out. Jair Jurgens, a young man from the Netherlands who has won 9, lost 8, and has an earned run average of 2.8. Pretty good pitcher. We'll get to the ball game. We'll have it all coming up right after this.
To become the best nighttime drama in Hollywood. Another fantastic finish last night. It's Alexis pursuing perfection. Down 4-2 in the ninth. Pierre aboard for call aboard, and Andre Ethier at the dish, and he got just what he wanted on the 2-0. A 3-run jack, his 5th walk-off hit of the year, his 3rd walk-off home run of the season, 4th of his career. Andre Ethier, 23 home runs, 72 RBIs, both tops on the club. Hi, everybody. Jim Watson, Steve Lyons in center field. Andre Ethier now 14 of his last 26 hits, extra base hits. What about Andre?
Well, I think it's amazing to watch that swing. I think we've seen a replay of that home run maybe 10 or 12 times in this pregame show alone, but why not? It's a picture-perfect swing. If you want to learn something about the way to hit, just keep watching that. But I think there's a lot of naysayers out there right now about the Dodgers saying, oh, yeah, 11 walk-off home runs, game-winning hits. But what if you didn't have those? What if you switched them all around? Well, I did the math on that. Basically, they'd be 56 and 53 if they had no game-winning hits this year. That would put them in third place in the West. It would be ugly, but, you know, does that prepare you better for a playoff game, or does it make people think, oh, right, you guys are just lucky and you win games late? That might not happen later on. 29
rallies for the Dodgers this year. At any point in the game in which they were behind, they came back to win. I think it shows character. I think it shows grit.
And I think it shows a lineup that never quits. And each guy, even Don Sutton said it earlier in the pregame show, he said, when you look into that lineup, when you look into the dugout, every guy in there feels like, I'm going to be the guy that's going to do it. Give me a bat.
They're fighting for the bat rack. Dodgers have just torn up Atlanta. Nobody more than Andre Ethier, 474. Chad Billingsley goes to the hill. 23 starts this year. The Dodgers have won 18 of those. We'll meet you back here after the final out. Enjoy the soundtrack of summer. Vince Scully.
Burger with grilled pineapple back at Carl's Jr. By Aflac, we've got you under our wing. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Friday night to you, wherever you may be. TGIF indeed, as the Atlanta Braves and the Dodgers square off in their fifth meeting of the year and Game 2 of the current four-game series. The Dodgers, by pulling one out last night like the rabbit out of the proverbial hat, and the Dodgers now have won 3 out of 4. Andre Ethier, 5 times this year involved in a walk-off, and even the Braves were just absolutely stunned last night not to get into the 46,000 who roared to the heavens for a long time after the game. But on that high emotional wave, it's back to work. The Dodgers 6.5 games in front of the Giants. And here's the Bobby Cox lineup. And first of all, no Chipper Jones. You have Nate McLouth in center, Martin Prado at third, Garrett Anderson in left, Brian McCann behind the plate, Adam LaRoche at first base, Yunel Escobar at short, Ryan Church in right field, and Kelly Johnson playing second base, and Jair Jurgens, a boy out of the Netherlands, Curaçao, on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Chad Billingsley comes into the ballgame with a record of 11-6. 1-0 against the Braves. He pitched a very strong game against Atlanta, only to have a hamstring tighten up, and he had to come out. But in that game against the Braves, he went 5 and struck out 9. We'll see how he goes tonight as he faces McLeod, Prado, and Anderson. For the Braves, without Chipper Jones, that has to really hurt. Chipper last night had a walk, a single, a double, a home run, and a stolen base. And for Bobby Cox, he knows full well that the Braves are 8-9 when Chipper Jones does not start in the game. The first pitch to Nate McLeod is hit to center. Going back for it is Matt Kemp to pick it off. One pitch and one away. Let's take a look at the Dodgers. Ramirez, Kemp, and Ethier with the leather in the outfield. Blake, Furcal, Hudson, and Loney on the infield. And the battery of Billingsley and Martin. So with one away on this glorious evening, 71 degrees, even 2 degrees cooler than last night. Martin Prado checking in at the plate. Prado had a great month of July. One reason why he's hitting .315. Billingsley's fastball in for a strike. It is rare to talk about the plate umpire, and of course umpires would just as soon not be noticed because they feel as long as they do their job they don't need the headline. We'll talk about Eric Cooper in a moment. The next pitch is grounded to short. Furcal is in front of it and throws him out. 2 down. And before Garrett Anderson, let's talk about Eric Cooper. He's had 10 years in the big leagues. He was the home plate umpire when Hideo Nomo tossed a no-hitter in Baltimore. He was the plate umpire when Mark Burley tossed a no-hitter for the White Sox against Texas. And would you believe he was behind the plate when Mark Burley pitched his perfect game against Tampa Bay this year? Eric Cooper. So with 2 down in the first inning, Garrett Anderson takes a strike. Garrett Anderson, over the last 25 games, hitting .316. So his average now is up to .288. Billingsley comes back. Fastball hit late and foul and back out of play. Garrett, a Los Angeles boy, had a wonderful month of July. Hit .326, including 5 home runs. He's been a valuable asset out there in left field for Atlanta. Garrett lives in Granada Hills, and he has a career batting average of .305 at Dodger Stadium. Pulls one foul outside at first and down the line. Of course, for all the years that he played with the Angels, from 1994 through 2008, so 15 years, and he holds all kinds of records. The next pitch is a ground ball wide of first. Loney will do it himself. So a 1-2-3 inning for Chad Billingsley. And at the end of half an inning, Braves nothing, Dodgers coming out. 7 pitches to retire the side, 2 ground balls and a fly ball. Now let's take a look at the Dodgers on the offense. Rafael Furcal, followed by Andre Ethier and Manny Ramirez, Casey Blake, and then James Loney. Matt Kemp is in center field. Russell Martin behind the plate. Orlando Hudson at second base. Chad Billingsley on the mound. On the mound for Atlanta, his name, if you spell it out, Jair, it's Jair Jurgens. He's from Curaçao in the Netherlands. He is only 23 years old, 6'1", and only 165 pounds. And Jurgens following in the wake of Andrew Jones from Curaçao. And it's interesting to point out, when he was 6 years old, he was a bat boy on the youth league team that Andrew Jones played on. Well, anyway, Jair ready, and his first pitch to Rafael Furcal is off the plate. Ball 1, 1-0. Furcal hitting .268, half a dozen home runs, 32 runs batted in. Rafael really perked up offensively, and the 1-0 pitch on the way is swung on, fouled away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Hitting .350 so far on the homestand. He has a 5 straight hitting streak, 16 of the last 17. And as you may remember, against Milwaukee, led off the game with his 25th career leadoff home run. Rafael runs up in the box and fouls it back. He is one of the few players in the game who will move around in the box, and he just ran up and then went after a sinker and fouled it off. So 1-2 the count. Furcal back to his normal depth, and as you probably know, formerly played for Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off. Jair Jurgens is some pitcher. If you look at his record, you wouldn't be impressed. 9 wins, 8 losses, but his earned run average is 2.8. Right-handers are hitting only .210. So he is another fine young pitcher, originally signed by the Tigers. The 1-2 pitch coming up over the top, fastball off the plate in the dirt. 2-2 the count. 2-1 in 3 starts against the Dodgers, with a solid ERA of exactly 3. Jair nods yes. Now goes to his windup, and the 2-2 pitch on the way, grounded to short. Yunel Escobar gets up with it and takes care of Furcal, and we have 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Let's take a look at the Braves. In the outfield, Anderson, McLeod, and Scherz. The infield of Prado, Escobar, Johnson, and LaRoche. And behind the plate, Brian McCann handling Jair Jurgens. Well, last night's hero, but not only last night. It kind of boggles the mind to realize that Andre Ethier has been in 5 of the 11 walk-offs against San Diego, Philadelphia twice, Colorado, and Atlanta, and in 3 of the 5 he hit home runs. And the pitch to Andre is low, ball 1. He homered to beat the Phils, and of course Derek Lowe saw a possible win go out the window last night. He homered against Colorado, and then he homered last night. He had base hits against San Diego and Philadelphia to walk up with those. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Andre, and that's taken low. 2-0 the count. You talk about a good trade. The trade that brought Andre Ethier to the Dodgers and sent Milton Bradley to Oakland is one that ought to be put in a display case. Here's the 2-0 pitch coming up. Andre takes a strike. The other bad thing for the A's, and of course now he's with the Cubs, but Milton Bradley has been on the DL 6 times since that trade. Andre's been fortunate. He's not been on it at all. 23 home runs, 72 runs batted in, grounds 1 foul, 2-2. The other night we were talking about one of the reasons he has gotten so much power is the release of the hand coming off the bat, so that he has a really full follow through. And in watching his home run last night, and Don Mattingly certainly encouraged it, you could see where the power comes from with that hand coming off. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way in the dirt, ball 3. So 3-2 to Andre. Manny Ramirez not the closing act last night. The big crowd was waiting for Manny to come up and do it, and instead Ethier beat him to the punch. 3-2 to Andre. Jurgens looks in, gets a sign. Right hander ready in the 3-2 pitch, and that's low. Ball 4. So Manny Ramirez coming up with a man at first, 1 out, first inning, and no score.
Number 99.
Jurgens against Ramirez in Atlanta. Manny was 1 for 3. Ethier was 3 for 5 against him, which is why he got the silk glove treatment, I'm sure. So Manny hitting .313, 12 home runs, 41 runs batted in. He had 2 line drive singles last night, 2 for 4. Jurgens ready and deals in the dirt, blocked nicely by McCann. 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers have had a happy penchant of scoring in the first inning this year, and they would like to drop the hammer on the Braves here tonight with 1 out. Ethier at first, held on by LaRose. Jurgens ready and delivers, swung on and missed, and a 1 ball 1 strike count. Andre Ethier has stolen 5 bases, 5 out of 8. Waiting on deck, Casey Blake. Jair looks down, getting a sign from McCann. Slender right-hander, hands together at the chest. The 1-1 pitch on the way, taken inside with a fastball. 2-1 the count. In checking, let's see, is he wearing it? A little necklace? Maybe, maybe not. He has a necklace made of seashells from the beaches of Curacao. Sister gave it to him. The 2-1 pitch, Manny takes at the knuckles, ball 3. The Jair saying that the necklace was good luck and he always wore it. But if he's wearing it tonight, it's tucked underneath the undershirt. 3-1 the count to Manny Ramirez. And you know he'll be swinging if he likes the location. Jurgens looks over at Ethier, not going, and the pitch is taken for a strike. Fastball, about knee high, 95 miles an hour. 3-2 the count. Basically fastball, changeup, and a curveball, plus the sinker, which is the fastball, and he also has a pretty good slider. 3-2, Ethier goes, and it's taken for ball 4. There's a needless throw down to second. So Eric Cooper evidently not informing anybody on ball 4, and that really ticks off Bobby Cox.
Number 23, Casey Blake.
Well, the pitch just missed at the knees, and the Dodgers now have runners at first and second. What you always worry about is a useless slide where somebody might get hurt on ball 4 to the batter. So obviously McCann didn't hear, and certainly Ramirez just moved on, and Ethier's okay as he takes the lead at second. 2 on, 1 out, and here's Casey Blake. Jurgens out of a stretch, ready and deals, and the first pitch a strike. 0-1 the count. Casey Blake was 0 for 6 against him. Blake hitting .287, trying to pick up a ribby or two here, and the pitch to Casey is whacked foul way down the line, but it was foul the moment it left home plate. 0-2 the count to Casey Blake. Blake, who faced Jurgens over in the American League when Casey was with Cleveland and Jurgens with Detroit. So young Jair looks in to get a sign. He speaks several languages. All the people from Curacao do. Strike 2 pitch to Casey Blake is low, ball 1. They check. No swing, said Mike Riley. First of all, he speaks Papiamento. That's kind of a Creole language at Curacao and other Caribbean islands. He speaks English, he speaks Spanish, and he speaks Dutch. And they tell me his Spanish is good enough. He's a translator for some of the Latin players. Blake fouls another one into the seats down the right field line, and the count remains 1-2. So Ethier, who walked, is at second. Ramirez, who walked, is at first. In checking Jurgen's numbers, he has walked 52 and struck out 98. Young right-hander looks down the barrel to get a sign from McCann. And the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball got him on the inside corner, and Casey walks away empty-handed. 93-mile-an-hour fastball caught him looking.
On for first baseman.
So 2 down in the first inning. Good pitch. Casey just froze, and the batter now will be Loney. Loney 3 for 9 in the pass against Jurgens. 2 on, 2 out, no score, first inning. Jurgens, a tough customer as James checks in, hitting .289, 7 home runs, 68 runs batted in. Jair deals, fastball strike, 0-1 the count. With that 2.8 ERA, he's 8th in the league. On the road, he's 2.8, and at night 2.7. Now the strike one pitch coming up to James Loney. He has a look and pays a strike for it. 0-2 the count. Jurgens, hands at his sides. Dodgers at first and second with 2 out. And the strike 2 pitch coming up. Loney fouls it away, dribbling off to the left in front of the Dodger dugout. Still 0-2. Tomorrow night, game 3 of the 4-game series, Kawakami and Kershaw. And then Sunday afternoon, the final game of the homestand, it'll be Javier Vazquez, but it will not be Hiroki Kuroda. Scott Elbert will make his first major league start Sunday. They'll move Kuroda to pitch Monday against San Francisco. Strike 2 pitch is high. We were talking about the possibility of Jason Schmidt pitching on Monday, but it will be Kuroda, and Jason Schmidt has gone on the 15-day disable list. Also, there is a new member of the Dodgers. Tony Abreu has just been called up from Albuquerque, and he's here. 1-2 pitch, foul tip, held by McCann. That'll do it for the Dodgers. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts for Jurgens. And at the end of an inning, it's the Braves nothing and the Dodgers nothing. Jair Jurgens who, among other things, I'm sure was a little unhappy over the fact he had to make 28 pitches to retire the side in the first inning. But he did, so we go to the second, no score. Brian McCann, Adam LaRoche, and then Yunel Escobar. If you joined us late, Chipper Jones was in the lineup. Here's a ground ball to Loney for the out, or one away. Chipper was in the lineup, took batting practice, and apparently strained his side. And that's always a serious injury unless he's extremely fortunate. When you hear about the oblique and a strain, it could be a couple of weeks. And of course, for Chipper Jones, a solid, consistent ball player, hitting .293, and he will be sidelined. Talking about solid and consistent, here's Adam LaRoche, and he takes a strike, 0-1. LaRoche has been putting on a hitting clinic so far. Last night he had a couple of base hits and a walk, and the strike one pitch is off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. Adam has been busy 3 different teams, and interestingly enough, he has homered for each team: Pittsburgh, Red Sox, and Atlanta. The 1-1 pitch is pulled foul down the right field line, well back into the stands. 1-2 the count to Adam LaRoche. LaRoche with a couple of base hits last night in 13 games actually at Dodger Stadium. He has 5 home runs here. 1-2 pitch a little low, and the count 2-2. So Chad Billingsley has retired 4 in a row. Working on Adam LaRoche. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Billingsley ready and deals, and it's strike 3 called on the outside corner with a fastball. 5 in a row retired by Billingsley. Strikeout number 1. And the batter will be Yunel Escobar. So LaRoche thinking the pitch was low or even off the plate. Instead, he's rung up. And here is Escobar, the boy from Havana. 26 years old. He'll be 27 in November. 6'2", 200, and batting .305. Billingsley ready, deals, fastball outside and low, ball 1, 1-0. Escobar, along with 5 other baseball players and another 30 people, got aboard a 25-foot boat. They were at sea for a couple of days, running out of food and water, but they finally made it, and he just goes the other way with a base hit to right field. So Escobar in last night's game went 1 for 3 with a double. Now he has a 2-out single to right, and Ryan Church coming up. Ryan Church was in right field last night when Andre Ethier cleared the wall. And it was interesting when the ball was hit, in watching Church, he turned his back to the infield. He thought he might have a play as the ball would hit the fence and come back. Instead, he had a wonderful view as the ball went into the stands. Ryan's done well in a dozen games here in his young career. At Dodger Stadium, Ryan Church hitting .404. Although he was originally drafted out of the University of Nevada by the Indians, he came up with the Expos, becoming the Nationals, then the Mets, and now the Braves. The Ryan left-hand hitter, Billingsley off speed in the dirt. Big slow curveball. 1 ball and no strikes to Ryan Church. About a year ago, a little more than that, Ryan's brother Matthew, who is an Army Ranger, was deployed to Iraq. So he's been playing ball with a lot on his mind besides balls and strikes. 1 ball and no strikes. Escobar off the bag, the pitch to Church, and that's hit foul the other way. And a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Church with Kelly Johnson on deck. Ryan Church, born in Santa Barbara, kind of grew up in Lompoc, and his favorite player, Chipper Jones. In fact, Chipper used to have a toe tap at the plate. Church copied that for a while, but he has stopped the toe tap, takes in the dirt. It gets away from Martin, and down to second goes Yunel Escobar. And for Billingsley, he is way out in front in wild pitches. With that curveball in the dirt, that is the 11th wild pitch. 11. The highest outside of that on the club is only 4. So Escobar at second with 2 out. 2-1 to count to Ryan Church. Billingsley out of a stretch. And the 2-1 pitch, and Ryan hits a flare into center. Good enough for a base hit and a run batted in. So that wild pitch is immediately costly as Church continues to get some base hits. And the Braves lead 1-0. So Ryan hitting .404 at Dodger Stadium is 1 for 1 tonight. Bobby Cox gets his club out in front, but of course last night they led all the way until the bottom of the 9th. So Church, a base hit, run batted in. And now Kelly Johnson. Kelly gets a chance to play only because Chipper Jones couldn't answer the bell. And the left-hand hitter takes a strike. Johnson hitting .224. He has a half a dozen home runs, and he has 22 runs batted in. He's out of Austin, Texas. Johnson waiting. Billingsley set, comes back to the plate, drops the breaking ball low. Little curve ball, and runs the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Johnson, 27 years old, signed by the Braves 9 years ago, and finally came up briefly in '05. Then he missed a couple of years on the DL. One ball and 1 strike to Kelly Johnson. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. Billingsley ready and deals. That's foul back. In April 3 years ago, Kelly Johnson had a sore elbow. Then in June, he had to have season-ending elbow surgery. Tried to rehab the injury, didn't work. He had a torn elbow ligament. Eventually, he had the Tommy John surgery, and that's why he missed a couple of years. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Billingsley ready. Another look over at first. A throw over there. Ryan Church back on the bag. Church has stolen 6 out of 8. 1-2 the count. Last night, among other things, we saw Randy Wolf steal a base for the first time in his career. Johnson tied up, looks at a curveball and strikes out. Second strikeout for Billingsley. However, a base hit by Escobar and the wild pitch, and it's 1-0 Braves. And Church picks him up with a base hit to center. So it's 1-0 Atlanta. Bottom of the second inning. Dodgers will have Matt Kemp, followed by Russell Martin, and then Orlando Hudson. The last time Matt Kemp faced Jair Jurgens, he hit a big 3-run home run against him. Matt hitting .319, 15 home runs, 69 runs batted in. Appeared as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning last night and struck out. But Matt back to business in center. Jurgens into the windup. First pitch is in for a strike. Good fastball up around the letters. 0-1 the count. Boy, beautiful evenings, nice crowds on hand, and very exciting games. Strike one pitch on the way, and that's taken off the plate and low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Little slider. Dodgers with a record of 67-42. The last time they had that record, a championship year of 1977. Wound up in the World Series. The 1-1 pitch grounded to third. Nice pick there by Martin Prado to throw him out. Prado normally playing second base. And because Chipper Jones is out with the strained side, Martin in there. Had his glove on it right away, and then he dropped it, but he was quick enough to recover. 1 away, and Russell Martin coming out. Martin Prado grounded out in the first inning, but he came in here as a hot hitter, but he is right now 0 for 6 in the series. Jurgens now working on Martin. Russell hitting .266, fouls it back. Fastball alley. 0-1 the count. Russell 3 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Martin in his 99th game, though he's only missed 8. On deck, Orlando Hudson. Strike one pitch on the way to Russell Martin. Fastball grounded into right field. Base hit. Well, Martin a single to right, and that'll bring up Orlando. You know, tomorrow morning you're invited to the Dodgers Wing Clinic and luncheon presented by Best Buy. You'll learn the game from Messrs. Osma, Say, Lasorda. Enjoy lunch and a Q&A with Torrey, Hudson, Loney, and Loretta. To purchase, visit Dodgers.com/win or give us a call 323-224-2646. Orlando Hudson hit a comebacker that went off the glove of Derek Lowe last night for a base hit, the 1,000th hit in his major league career. Hitting .292, throw to first. Martin steps back on the bag. He has stolen 8. Orlando checking with Larry Boa. He's hitting .333 right, .279 left. 5 of his 7 home runs hit left-handed, and he looks at a strike. 0-1 the count. Boa checking with the dugout. You automatically think that the third base coach looks at the manager to get the sign. Not necessarily so. There's a pitch for a strike. 0-2 to count to Orlando. I've heard of clubs where the trainer actually gave the sign. The manager would pass it to the trainer. Everybody in the ballpark looking at the manager. The trainer was passing it along. 0-2 the count. Jurgens set, ready. Jair delivers, and it's fouled away off to the left. No balls and 2 strikes to Orlando Hudson. 1 out, second inning. A Friday night feeling to this one. TGIF, and it always seems to rub off on the crowd. They always seem to be just a hair more enthusiastic. Full of beans. 1-0 Braves, second inning. And there goes Martin. The pitch is outside. McCann's throw is saved from going into center by Escobar. Though Martin steals his 9th, and Escobar saved at least a base. So Russell Martin steals second. Very high throw and an acrobatic leap by Yunel Escobar. Last night there were some stolen bases, and they were a little surprising. Chipper Jones had a stolen base. Matt Diaz had a stolen base. Casey Blake had a stolen base. And then, of course, the ribbon on the package was Wolf stealing second. Orlando fouls it away. So Randy can tell Clayton Kershaw, when you get out there on the base paths, get a good jump. The experienced Randy Wolf had his first stolen base in his career. Martin at second with one out, and the 1-2 pitch coming up. Orlando fouls it away. That ball kind of ate him up. Just did fight it off. For good reason, that fastball was 94. Jurgens is listed at 165 pounds. That wouldn't make him, let me see, be somewhere close to Pedro Martinez. Pedro didn't weigh a lot and threw very hard. 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on, lifted off third, down the line, foul ground. Prado leans over and can't make a play. Interesting, too, watching Laz Diaz, the third base umpire, go right down and take a seat. 1-2 the count. Escobar says something to Laz, is talking about the hustle. Yeah, Diaz kind of a sheepish look on his face. When he hit the tarp cover, he just sat on the top of it. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Orlando Hudson. Here comes Jurgens. Fastball whacked into center. Base hit. Charging McLeod. Here comes Martin to score without a play. And the Dodgers have tied it up. So the Braves cashed in a wild pitch. The Dodgers cash in a stolen base. And we're 1-1 here in the second inning. Martin scoring without a play. Nate McLeod knew he didn't have one, so he just lobbed it back in. Here's Billingsley now with 1 out, and we'll see if he's up there to bunt or not. He shows bunt, gets it down on the chalk. It's fair, it's fair, it's foul. And picked up by LaRoche. Chad will have to come back and try it again. Billingsley is a very good bunter. He has 7 sacrifices. Randy Wolf has 8. 1-1 second inning. Boy, they've had some great games here. It's been a magical year for 109 games, this being number 110. So after tonight, 52 left. No balls and 1 strike to count to Chad Billingsley in this 1-1 tie. Another throw and Orlando back. Hudson is a factor to contend with. He is 6-0 in stolen base attempts. Strike 1 pitch. Billingsley bunts in the air, foul, and LaRoche picks it off for the out. So that's the second out in the inning, and of course that makes Orlando Hudson even more dangerous as Rafael Furcal comes up to the plate. The Giants are hosting the Reds. Homer Bailey and Tim Lincecum. Lincecum with a record of 12-3, and Benji Molina hit a 2-run home run in the first inning to get the Giants started against aptly named Homer Bailey. And it's 2-0 Giants. Colorado putting it to the Cubs 5-1 in the 6th. There goes Orlando. No play. He had such a big jump on Jurgens. Well, I'll say he was a threat. He is 7 for 7. It certainly wasn't McCann's fault. And among other things, there was no slide step. Jurgens just raised the leg. And for an experienced base runner, that was easy. 2 stolen bases in the inning. 0-1 the count to Furcal, who grounded to short. Rafael takes a strike. 0-2. Colorado 5, Cubs 1 in the 6th. Ubaldo Jimenez is pitching for the Rockies. Carlos Zambrano was supposed to start, and he was scratched. Chris Iannetta, a 2-run home run for Jim Tracy's club. Here's the strike 2 pitch to Furcal. Half swing. They check at third. No swing, says Laz Diaz. 1-2 to Raphael. Dodgers with an extra infielder as Tony Abreu, who was tearing him up at Albuquerque, has been called up. Fastball is popped in the air off third. Prado coming over, but just can watch. Back in about 8 rows. Nice catch by a fan directly behind the dugout. Abreu sitting in the Dodger dugout. He's from the Dominican, and he was hitting .342 at Albuquerque. He has been plagued by injuries throughout his young career. He's only 24, and he's got a lot of talent. Pickoff play, not in time, but it was close enough. Hudson just did get back with a hand. Remember that left hand, remember he hurt the wrist. It's heavily wrapped. One ball and 2 strikes. For call, a ground ball to the right side. Kelly Johnson gets it over to LaRoche, and that's it. Couple of base hits, 2 stolen bases, good for 1 run. And at the end of 2, a 1-1 tie. The pitcher leads it off and takes off the plate after faking a bunt. 1 ball and no strikes. Jurgens has 7 hits, 4 runs batted in. Strikes out about a third of the time. Looks at a strike, and the count 1-1. Jurgens, 23 years old. The 1-1 pitch, a check swing, and the pitch is up. Ball 2. 2-1 the count. Chad Billingsley even 1-1, and his 2-1 pitch on the way is down and away, ball 3. Remember last time out in Atlanta, Billingsley had to leave with a tight hamstring in the leg. They figured he was dehydrated, and he promised from now on he would drink more water. Good idea for all of us. 3-1 pitch is off the plate, and Jurgens draws a walk. Interesting, though, he's got to be a pretty good hitter, because that's the 3rd walk that he has gotten, and pitchers don't usually walk.
Number 13, Nate McLeod.
So Nate McLeod will be coming up in a 1-1 tie, and 1 run, 2 hits for each team. McLeod, when he was in high school, was named Mr. Baseball in the state of Michigan. Had been with the Pirates, and a bunt down to first base. Loney strikes Jag and misses it, and safely aboard is McLeod. The ball rolls away, and I don't think time was out, and over to third goes Jurgen. Checking with Mike Riley, the first base umpire, and it looks like the Braves have runners at first and third. So McLeod, a drag bunt for a base hit. Loney diving at him but missed him. Billingsley couldn't get it. Loney tried. He's going to draw an error then. It'll be a base hit for McLeod. And then when the ball is going to be flipped, in case they thought McLeod might turn toward second, the error is involved. Loney flying one way, McLeod flying the other. And then in trying to get the ball to Orlando Hudson, it got away from James. So a big play for Nate McLeod. Dodgers now in trouble, and Prado, Anderson, and McCann coming up. Out of the stretch goes Billingsley, and the pitch in the dirt. Nice save by Martin. Otherwise a run is in. 1 ball and no strikes. The wild pitch led to the Braves' run in the second inning. So a walk followed by a drag bunt single and an error. First and third, nobody out. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Billingsley deals in the dirt, throwing those hard breaking balls. Slider this time, and a body block by Russell Martin. Just trying to do anything to make sure it doesn't go to the backstop. 2 balls and no strikes. Martin now going out. Martin turning the mitt, but it never hit the mitt. It hit him right in the stomach. That's why we use the term body block. Though Russell keeps it around home plate, and a 2-0 count. Martin Prado hitting .314, but 0 for 6 in the series. Prado, right-hand batter. He's from Venezuela. He has 7 home runs, 32 runs batted in. Billingsley ready. Here he comes. Big bouncer down to Orlando. He's going to tag out McLeod and throw to first for the double play. On the double play, Jurgen scores, and it's 2-1 Atlanta. Good play by Orlando, among other things, and I want to make sure he didn't hurt himself. He was going after McLeod, tagged him out, stumbled and fell while throwing to Loney. And we're watching Orlando. He's fussing with something over there, but I guess he's okay after taking that header. Made the tag, stumbled and fell heavily. And then when he went out to his position, he acted like he might have hurt himself, but he looks okay. And here's Garrett Anderson. So the double play goes 4-3. Jurgens brings in the go-ahead run. Nate McLeod doing his job by stopping. He wasn't quite sure what happened on that ball. Garrett Anderson swings, doesn't get in the count 0-2. It was as if there was a marble floor in front of home plate. And when Prado beat that ball down, it went so high in the air. I think that really confused McLeod. 0-2. And the pitch to Garrett is a one-hopper at Loney, who blocks it, picks it up, takes it to the bag. However, the Braves get a break, cash it in. Good play by Orlando Hudson. And at the end of 2.5, it's 2-1 Atlanta. Inning. You know, these two clubs really are baseball's answer to push and shove. If you go back over the years, the last time the Dodgers won the season series from Atlanta was 2002. And if you start in 2006 and include tonight's score, the Braves have scored 112 runs against the Dodgers, and the Dodgers have scored 113 against Atlanta. That's cutting it as close as it can get. Andre Ethier takes a strike. Braves won the series last year, the year before. Then the club split a couple of years. And again, the Braves won in 04 and 03. Last time the Dodgers won, they won 4 out of 6 back in 2002. Of course, the Dodgers and the Braves, gosh, you can all go back to the Boston Braves and the Brooklyn Dodgers to see and hear and read about some great rivalries. Spahn and Sane and 2 days of rain. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and Ethier takes high, ball 2, 2-1. From the Boston Braves to the Milwaukee Braves with Aaron and Matthews and Spahn and Sane and Burdette. And then to Atlanta. Great rivalry. 2-1 pitch on the way to Ethier, who walked his only trip, and he takes in the dirt. Ball 3. Off-speed pitch by Jurgens. He's already made 52 pitches, and he's only in the 3rd inning. Nobody out. Now the 3-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, line to right, coming up and grabbing it is Ryan Church. So Ethier, a line drive out to right, 1 away, and Manny Ramirez coming up.
Manny Ramirez.
Ramirez walked in the 1st inning. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Braves, 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. And you know the Dodger record in 1-run games is outstanding. 21 and 12, but at home they are 17 and 3. And Manny takes a strike. Ramirez hitting .313, 12 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way. Jurgens delivers, and that's swung on and missed. 0-2. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and Manny swinging from the heels. Manny, since coming off the list, the suspended list, hitting .280. No balls and 2 strikes. Jurgens ready, and the young right-hander's pitch is down and away. Ball 1. 1-2. Over the stretch, since Manny has come back, the Dodgers are 17 and 12. But he's a good almost 70 points off his feed as to what he was doing before the suspension. 1-2 pitch just inside. 2-2. I always remember Greg Maddux said one of the hardest things in the world to do, right-hand pitcher, is to get a strike to a right-hand hitter on the inside corner. This time it's whacked down the left field line, coming over Garrett Anderson to pick it off. That was a fair ball as he crossed the line. Laz Diaz down there to indicate. So Ramirez out to left, and with 2 down, the batter will be Casey Blake. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Braves, 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Casey, his last 6 hits, 4 of them have been doubles. He has 24 doubles. Into his windup goes Jurgens, delivers, and a hopper up the middle for a base hit. The 2-out single by Blake will bring up James Loney. You know, Sunday you can head to the beach, Bleacher Beach at Dodger Stadium. You'll enjoy unlimited barbecue, Dodger flip-flops, and a private beach party presented by Bud Light. To purchase tickets, visit Dodgers.com/beach or call 866-DODGERS. Boy, in this golden weather, Sunday at the beach here, would be quite a lovely experience. James Loney struck out in the first inning. Throw to first, Blake back on the bag. Casey has 3 stolen bases. He stole second in the third inning last night, much to everybody's surprise. Jurgens ready, comes to Loney high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Braves. 1 run, 3 hits for the Dodgers. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and James swings right through it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Loney hitting .288. Big crowd for a good ball game and a fireworks show following the game. Jurgens again ready. The kid from Curacao delivers, and that's swung on and missed. 1-2 the count, an off-speed pitch, and he's been throwing hard enough. Hit 94 when Manny was up there. 1-2 the count to Loney. Jurgens out of a stretch, turns, throws to first. Back on the bag, Casey Blake. Dodgers had a very solid month of July. They're just so-so in August. They're playing 500 ball, 3-3. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Loney, and James looks. It's off the plate, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. For Joe Torre, changing things around. Scott Elbert will make his first major league start on Sunday, and Hiroki Kuroda will push back a day and pitch Monday night against the Giants. 2-2 pitch is strike 3 call. The James caught looking a second time. That would be 3 strikeouts for Jurgens, and at the end of 3, 2-1 Atlanta. Cheeseburger, a taco, small fries, and a small drink for just $2.99. And by Hankook Tires. Tame the road with Hankook Tires. 4th inning. Braves lead 2-1. Cad Billingsley getting ready to pitch to Brian McCann, Adam LaRoche, and Yunel Escobar. McCann grounded to first in the 2nd inning. Brian from Athens, Georgia, that's the home of the university, still lives there. Big boy, 6'3", 220. Ball 1. Despite coming from Athens, the home of the university, he was going to go to the University of Alabama on scholarship. and then signed with the Braves. 4 straight All-Star games. The catcher by the name of Joe Torre was in 5 of them, 5 straight. Brian is only 25 years old. Right. Took a lick on the hand last night. It had to hurt, but he hung in there, didn't miss a pitch. 1-1. 2-1 the count. His dad was a head coach of baseball at Marshall University in West Virginia. So he learned the game very early and well. Foul back. 2-2 the count. That might have gotten a little bit of Eric Cooper and Russell Martin. So Brian McCann picked up his first All-Star game back in 2006, but he wasn't alone. Went with Edgar Renteria, Andrew Jones, and that helped take the pressure off. He and Jeff Francoeur grew up together. Off speed, grounded up the middle. Nice pick there, plenty of time. And Furcal throws him out. 1 away. And the batter will be Adam LaRoche. LaRoche was with the Braves, went away for 2.5 years, came back. Coming into this series, he was 9 for 18. And last night, he immediately had a couple of knocks, but this time he grounds out to go 0 for 2. How about putting on your thinking cap? Our Aflac trivia question for the night. Manny Ramirez and Chipper Jones lead active players with 14 straight 20 home run seasons. That's all well and good, but who is it who holds the all-time record? Give the answer in a bit. 2 out, 4th inning, 2-1 Braves. Yunel Escobar single to right, took second on a wild pitch, and rode home on a single by Ryan Church. 1 ball and no strikes to Yunel. The stories he can tell, I'm sure, about that boat ride from Havana, Cuba. The only people who really had any food and water on that trip were the mothers and their children. 2-0 the count. Didn't come cheaply. In order to get the boat, make the trip, Escobar had to pay men who smuggled him out of Cuba $20,000. All 3. Since then, his father arrived, his sister arrived 2 years ago, and then in November 2 years ago, his mom came over, so the family's been reunited. So a 2-out walk to Yunel Escobar, and that'll bring up Ryan Church.
Braves right fielder, number 25, Ryan Church.
Escobar, a break-even base stealer, and they might want to keep Loney on the bag, open up the right side of the infield a little bit. Church looped one to center for a base hit and a run batted in. He came from the Mets. Jeff Francoeur went to New York, and the fly ball goes deep to Ramirez. No runs, no hits, man left, and at the end of 3.5, 2-1 Atlanta. Ramirez lead active players with 14 straight 20 home run seasons, but who holds the all-time record? Ah, yeah. Henry Aaron, 20 straight years from 1955, 1974. I'll always remember the Dodgers, the Brooklyn Dodgers, traveling by train with the Milwaukee Braves, and this would be about 1951, 52. Strike to Matt Kemp. And I remember Charlie Dressen one night on the train after the exhibition game saying they better get that kid off second base before they ruin his career. Well, that kid who was playing second base for the Milwaukee Braves was Henry Aaron. And of course, Charlie spotted him as a genius with a bat, and he knew he'd be far better off playing in the outfield. And was he right? Matt grounded to third in the second inning. Two and one. So Kemp, Martin, and Hudson in that order. Braves 2, Dodgers 1, bottom of the fourth. Line drive, base hit. Over to get it, Garrett Anderson. So Matt, a leadoff single to left, and the batter will be Russell Martin. The Giants are leading the Reds 2-1, bottom of the fourth inning. Homer Bailey and Tim Lincecum. By the way, Tim Lincecum is 12-3. This being Friday night. If you figure Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Lincecum would pitch in the daytime August the 12th against the Dodgers. Benji Molina hit a 2-run home run in the first inning to get the Giants going right. Colorado leading the Cubs 5-2, seventh inning. Martin picking up strength since the All-Star break. Hop foul off first. LaRoche coming over. Leaning in, no play. So near and yet so far. Ariana Duncan saying something that makes LaRoche laugh. 0-1 the count to Russell Martin. Martin followed by Orlando Hudson. Russell single to right, stole a base, scored on Hudson's single in the second inning. That's foul back. Of course, when you get a multi-talented player like Matt Kemp, among other things, the big center fielder standing at first base has stolen 22 out of 26. So he and LaRoche share a grin. 0-2. Check swing. They're going to look. No swing, says Mike Riley. Mike Riley, by the way, the crew chief down there at first base. He's been umpiring 33 years. Mike's out of Michigan, still lives there. Went to school at Michigan State. 1-2 the count. Ground ball to the hole. Base hit to left field on a changeup. Stopping at second is Kemp. So Jurgens, who can throw 94, tries an off-speed pitch, and Martin just stayed back and then grounded a single to left. So Jurgens in trouble now. Back-to-back singles with nobody out. Good bit of patience on Martin's part to stay back. Orlando Hudson singled in the second inning to drive in Martin with a base hit to center. Orlando batting .294, 7 home runs, 54 runs batted in. And ball one. Two runs, 3 hits for the Braves. 1 run, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Throw to first on a bounce. Blocked, but it gets away from LaRoche, so Kemp moves over to third. And it'll be an error charge to Brian McCann. There was standing room only around the bag, so it was a tough ball for LaRoche to handle. As Martin goes back, he's in front of LaRoche, and it looked like it went right between Russell's legs and off LaRoche's glove. So an error charge to McCann, allowing Kemp to get to third. Tying run 90 feet away with Matt. 2-0 the count to Orlando Hudson. 2-1. Throws that nice effortless fastball at 92 to 94, but he was burned on the changeup to Martin. 2-1. First and third, nobody out. 4th inning, 2-1 Braves. 2-2 to Orlando. Jurgens came in here throttling right-hand hitters. They were batting .210 against him. But Kemp single to left, Martin single to left, Blake single to center. So the right-hand hitters have been giving him a bad time. Shot up the middle. It's on the bag to Escobar to get 2. The tying run comes across, brought in by Matt Kemp. So that was easy. Escobar just picking up the ball right at the bag. And Chad Billingsley coming up in what is now a 2-2 tie. Billingsley tried to bunt and sacrifice in the 2nd inning, popped it up in foul ground, and LaRoche caught it. 0-1 to count to Chad. And looking at the Braves in tough 1-run games, they're 2 games above 500, but 5 under on the road. Fouled off. At home, Braves have done pretty well in 1-run games, 12-5, but it's another story away from home. 2-2, bottom of the 4th, 2 out. Good fastball at 94, just blows him down. However, back-to-back singles, a big error, and we have a 2-2 tie. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Fifth inning in a tough 2-2 tie. Chad Billingsley, Jair Jurgens, and ball one to Kelly Johnson. Kelly is playing second base tonight, basically because Chipper Jones could not play third. Line foul deep in the lower deck. 1-1. One and one. And he drives it to right into Ethier's glove. One away in the fifth inning. Jair Jurgens coming up. The Braves pitcher drew a walk in the third inning and came around to score. Each side has scored a run while the defense was turning in a double play. Strike. 0-1. Game 2 of the 4-game series. Tomorrow night, Kawakami and Kershaw. Sunday afternoon, Vasquez and Kuroda. And then Kuroda was scratched, and Scott Elbert will make his major league debut. And Hiroki Kuroda will start Monday night in San Francisco. 1-1. Ball two. Billingsley with a record of 11-6, 1-0 against Atlanta. High comebacker. Nice play by Chad. Reach up and get it. So 2 down here in the fifth inning. And the batter will be Nate McLeod.
Nate McLeod.
Nate McLeod, originally drafted by the Pirates. Grew up in Muskegon, Michigan. Played a little football and basketball as well, but he's a very good all-around athlete. Nate said the best advice anybody ever gave him was make sure you never let anyone outwork you. You may not be the most talented in a certain area, but you can make up for a lot of that if you never let someone outwork you. Nate is 5'11", about 180 pounds. Hit 26 home runs for the Pirates last year, and he has 15 this year. 0-2. Ball one. He signed a 3-year deal with the Pirates in February, and by June, he was traded. Ground ball to Furcal. Low throw, nice pick by Loney, and a 1-2-3 inning, second time for Billingsley. And at the end of 4.5, Braves 2 and the Dodgers 2. had back-to-back innings of only 11 pitches. He's had 10 ground ball outs. And now Jair Jurgens working on the top of the order for Call, Ethier, and Ramirez. And a drive to the gap in right center. McLeod will cut it off on a hop. So for Call, continues to get on base and continue his streak. For Raphael, he's hit safely in 6 in a row. That's not nearly as important. He has hit safely in 17 of his last 18. And leading the way with a leadoff single here in the 5th inning. Raphael Furcal has stolen 6 bases. And now Ethier and Ramirez trying to get him around. 2-2, bottom of the 5th. So Jurgens really on the horns of the dilemma with Furcal at first and Ethier at the plate. Andre, 23 home runs, 72 runs batted in, and was 3 for 5 against Jurgens in Atlanta. He has walked and lined out to right tonight. Furcal bluffs. Ball 1. Off speed, straight change. Nate McLeod shading a bit towards left center field, perhaps sending a message as to how they want to pitch Ethier. 2-0. Jair, spells it J-A-I-R. Jurgens. Fastball down and low. 3-0. Well, the way Ethier's been going, and with Manny on deck, they could green light Andre. Leave it up to him. High strike. Naturally, if he preferred, he'd like it down and on the inside part of the plate. Three and 1. There goes for call. It is a strike at the plate. What a throw. Wow. McCann might have thrown one away at first base, but that ball was right at Furcal, and instead ball 4, and let's take another look at that. I thought they called him out. Bobby Cox is coming out to talk to the plate umpire, saying, what happened? Watch this. That strike. Now the throw right to the runner, and they tag him out. Now you saw a strike at the plate, an out at second, and the Dodgers have runners at first and second and nobody out. That is really something. And look out, Bobby. Now remember, Bobby has been kicked out 147 times. And if he ever gets kicked out tonight, you know what? He has really got the right. I mean, Cooper indicated strike. He held his hand up. And at second, Chuck Merriweather indicated strike. And I'll tell you what, that's a shame. That really is a shame that Bobby Cox would be kicked out. The umpires are great, but they did not make that play at all. So 148 times. I remember one night in St. Louis, Maury Wills stealing second base. 2 umpires converged on the bag. One called him out and one called him safe. And I remember broadcasters saying, there's a throw down to second, and he is, I don't know. Well, I thought surely, A, that's a strike. Watch the plate umpire like that. And then the throw down to second was right on the money. I looked at Merriweather, and he said out. Bobby Cox, as soon as he gestures to indicate the out, that inflames the crowd. But that's really sad that an umpire should be kicked out. But he's gone. Hang in there, Bobby. That's the darndest thing. We're two umpires. One indicates strike, the other indicates out, and it results in ball 4 and safe at second. Bobby, we understand. Bobby, you know, originally signed with the Dodgers as an infielder in the organization in 1959. Ball 1. I'll tell you one thing. The umpires try awfully hard. They are right most of the time. They are wrong twice in that instance. And when they look at the videotape, they will be sorely embarrassed. Want to know the man? 1-1. Chino Cadalla will be running the ball club in Bobby's absence. Boy, that was one for the books. 2 on, nobody out. Slider missing, ball 2, 2-1. I really understand how Bobby feels, because I had the sinking feeling that I had really messed up the play. Okay, Eric. Perfect game for Burley. Imperfect perhaps on the call, and the same for Chuck Merriweather. Ball 3. Of course, for Merriweather, as the second base umpire, I assume he thought that the pitch to Andre Ethier was a strike, and therefore Ethier was in play, as was for call. And a drive going foul. That'll go deep in the lower deck. 3-2 the count. Two runs, 3 hits for the Braves. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. If the Dodgers score a bunch in this inning, they will really be charmed. Got him. Fastball down the pipe. Ramirez, looking for something else, pays the price. Nothing fancy right there, just a good, strong fastball. Five strikeouts for Jurgens. 2 on, 1 out. Casey Blake, the batter. Casey struck out and singled, 1 for 2, and drives one to left. Back goes Anderson. She is gone. And the Dodgers are charmed indeed and lead 5-2. Jerry Turner in the Atlanta clubhouse has to be careful of the furniture. Jurgens is red hot, angry at Eric Cooper. Coop just continues to write names, and we will pause for this. Lead 5-2. Chris Medlin out of Artesia, who went to Santa Ana Junior College, walks into the Lions' den, and he's pitching to James Loney. What we are going to do after we have a disposition of Loney, we want to show you why Chuck Merriweather was lured down the primrose path, the second base umpire. Here's the strike one pitch. If you remember way back, there was ball 4, and you're going to see Merriweather looking because Cooper did not make any indication. And then we will show you what happened in the 5th inning. That's just right. When Cooper raised his right arm, and that convinced Merriweather to make the call out at second base. The resulting argument, and Bobby Cox kicked out for the 148th time. But I'll tell you one thing, we have time. Let's take a look. Here's the 1st inning. Now watch. Cooper doesn't say anything on ball 4, and Merriweather looks back, and there's no play. Now watch this time. The pitch, the arm is raised. Well, Merriweather thinks that's the play and calls him out. So for Eric Cooper, who has umpired a perfect game for Mark Burley, Eric stubs his toe there. 2 down. Eric, by the way, is from Iowa, went to school at Iowa State, and it's ironic that then the young man from Indianola, Iowa, would come up and hit the home run. The umpires have to work together like a good band team, and it just didn't work. Well, here's Matt Kemp, grounded to third, single to left. Medlin was originally drafted by the Devil Rays, but went to El Camino Junior College, then transferred to Santa Ana Junior College. He pitched and played shortstop. Basically fastball, curveball, slider, change. Not big as big league pitchers go. He's only 5'10". 1-1 the count to Matt Kemp. Kemp 1 for 2 with a run scored. Two and one. The end of May this year, Chris Medlin picked up his first major league victory against the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was moved from the bullpen to a starting role, and now back to relieving. Fouled off. 2-2. Three runs over here in the 5th inning, and the Dodgers lead the Braves 5-2. High foul, that'll go out of play. When the Braves come up in the 6th inning, Prado, Anderson, and McCann. Two balls, 2 strikes. And see you later. A rather emphatic call that time by Eric Cooper. So Casey Blake takes advantage of the situation. It's a 3-run home run, and the Dodgers lead 5-2. Baseball's Hall of Fame. How good was he? Well, in 1966, he had an arthritic elbow. He couldn't straighten the left arm. He wanted to play golf, and he decided to quit the game so that he could play golf till he's 80 years old. But his arm was bending like that, and he couldn't extend it. Oh, by the way, that year, he was 27-9. Let's go back to this one. Dodgers leading the Braves 5-2. 1 ball and no strikes. Prado, Anderson, and McCann. Casey Blake, the pride of Indianola, Iowa. It's a 3-run home run to break the tie, with assists from umpires Eric Cooper and Chuck Merriweather. Bobby Cox being kicked out, understandably for arguing. One and one. Shot up the middle. Del Prado singles to center to open up the 6th inning, and Garrett Anderson will be coming up. Bobby Cox was such a dedicated player. Signed by the Dodger organization in 1959, and Bobby spent 8 years in the minors before finally getting a shot. He grew up in Selma, which they tell me is the raisin capital of the world, but Bobby's first job was picking grapes, so he's hard-nosed. In fact, when Bobby was a player, he loved the game so much he wanted to keep playing. He hurt his throwing arm. He spent an entire off-season trying to throw left-handed. So his heart and soul has been wrapped up in the game. He has led the Braves to 14 postseason. And the 148 ejections, well, after looking at the one tonight, you can understand. Meanwhile, 2-0 the count to Garrett Anderson with Brian McCann. In the lineup, the Braves have 3 left-hand batters in a row, Anderson, McCann, and LaRoche. Then you have Escobar, a right-hander, Church, and Johnson left. So 5 of the 6 hitters due up now are all left-handed. Anderson batting .286. And pops it up. Left side for call going out. Ramirez coming in. It will be Manning. So 1 away. Brian McCann coming up.
Braves catcher number 16.
Giants
Brian
were
McCann.
tied by the Reds, but the Giants have broken the tie. Giants 4, Reds 2, top of the 6th inning. Colorado defeated the Cubs 6-2. When the day began, the Giants trailed by 6.5 and the Rockies by 7.5. McCann has grounded to first and grounded to short. Chipper Jones unfortunately hurt himself in batting practice, and as we mentioned, when Jones does not start, the Braves are 8-9. And for Chipper, who has really been hitting again, to hurt himself tonight after the game he had last night, where he had a walk, a single, a double, a home run, and a stolen base. Really perked up after a slow June, good July, and a wonderful August. That's Terry Pendleton to Chipper's right. There he is. What a hitter he was. Terry was from out around Oxnard. Right. 2-1 the count to Brian McCann. Adam LaRoche on deck. Prado at first, 5-2 Dodgers in the 6th. Right. Kawakami and Kershaw tomorrow night. Vasquez and Elbert on Sunday. Kuroda will move back one day and open up against the Giants. Clayton Kershaw be on the hill with an 8-6 record, and then Kuroda will pitch Monday with a 4-5 record. Two and two to McCann. Adam LaRoche on deck. Billingsley 11-6. Had a great 5 innings against Atlanta and Georgia until the leg tightened up. Great curveball to take care of McCann. Billingsley is certainly not striking people out. That would be his 3rd strikeout. He got LaRoche and Johnson in the 2nd inning. Down and dirty, and McCann goes down. So Adam LaRoche struck out, grounded out, 0 for 2. Adam hitting .262. A modified shift in the sense Rafael Furcal is way over to his left. Not completely behind second base, but he is certainly in the neighborhood. We told you that Adam LaRoche homered for 3 different teams this year: Pittsburgh, Boston, and Atlanta. Dave Kingman, back in 1977, Dave Kingman homered for 4 teams: the Mets, the Padres, the Angels, and the Yankees. He's the only player to ever do that. 2-0. Strike. Nope. Ball 3. Yunel Escobar, the right-hand batter, on deck. Escobar, by the way, has 11 home runs, so if LaRoche gets aboard, Escobar becomes a potential tying run. That's a strike. 3-1. So Yunel is waiting. Little roller foul. 3-2 the count. 5th meeting of the year between the two clubs. Dodgers have won 3 of 4. Joe Torre, a great Brave, great Cardinal, quite a manager in his own right. 3-2 with 2 down, so the runner Prado goes on ball 4, so the Braves get a look at it with Yunel Escobar coming up. 2 on, 2 out, 5-2 in favor of the Dodgers, and Rick Honeycutt going out to talk to Billingsley. Escobar singled to right in the 2nd inning, took second on a wild pitch, and came home on a base hit by Ryan Church. There were 2 teenagers growing up together. Brian Pena and Yunel Escobar. They had the same dream, to wear the Atlanta uniform. Growing up in Havana, let's grow up and be Braves, they said. Well, Yunel has made it big time. So 2 on, 2 out, and here is Escobar. 6'2", about 200 pounds. Hit 10 home runs last year, and he has 11 so far this year. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1. On deck, Ryan Church. 5 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 4 hits for the Braves, an error on each side. Fastball broken back, ground ball to Furcal for the force play. That'll be that. No runs, a hit, 2 left. And at the end of 5 1/2, Dodgers 5, Braves 2. Bouncer. He tags out McLeod, loses his balance, and as he falls head first, he throws Maloney in time. Wonderful play by Orlando Hudson. Shook himself up a little bit when he bent back to his position. It was worth looking at. Now Hudson will be coming up after Martin, who opens up bottom of the 6th inning. 0-1. Chad Billingsley had to work hard, the hardest inning for him in the 6th, 21 pitches. Though right now 78. Martin single to right, single to left, stole a base, scored a run. High fly ball into left center. Nate McLeod handling everything out there if he can. 1 away. Greatly appreciated, I'm sure, by Garrett Anderson, who is 37. So Garrett handles everything in straightaway left, and McLeod everything else. 1 away. Orlando Hudson. We never really saw it because there was so much going on at the time. When Bobby was kicked out, the pitcher hollered something to Eric Cooper, and Cooper, while writing, just looked up, kicked him out. But he was already out of the game. So I assume what will happen. We'll watch Jurgens as he leaves the mound. He is hot. It's a shame, a dashing shame. And then, whoops, oh yeah, the last was enough to get kicked out, but he'd already been taken out of the game. Line drive, base hit to left field, hit hard. And so Chad Billingsley, who was 0 for 2, singles to left.
For the Dodgers, number 15, Rafael Furcal.
And Rafael Furcal coming up. Furcal grounded to short, grounded to second, and though we didn't know it at the time, he started off the wild 5th inning with a single to center. Rafael hitting .269. Ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. When the Braves come up in the 7th inning, Church, Johnson, and then Medlin spot. Off speed, little roller up along first. So the Dodgers go on a base hit and nothing else. Billingsley kept the inning alive briefly at the end of 6. 5-2 Dodgers. Has just left the dugout. Now remember, he had that tight hamstring after 5 innings in Atlanta, and it could be leaving the bench. He's finished after 6 innings tonight against Atlanta. And of course, for the Dodgers, they certainly hope that does not become a chronic thing. We're only guessing that it is the hamstring. And Honeycutt calling the bullpen. And Hong-Chi Kuo is taking the windbreaker off. Kuo made 17 pitches last night, and they'll get him up. Billingsley goes to the mound, obligated, and then calls it a night. So we're waiting for Kuo to come out of the Dodger bullpen. Joe Torre talking to the plate umpire Eric Cooper. This, of course, means that Kuo is replacing an injured pitcher. Therefore, Hong-Chi Kuo will give him as much time as he needs to get ready. And, of course, it's very critical with him. I mean, after all, Hong-Chi Kuo, 4 arm surgeries, including 2 Tommy John surgeries. Left-hander who still throws in the middle of the high 90s. He was on the 60-day disabled list, and they activated him July 17. He pitched an inning. So far, he's been in 6 games and worked 5 2/3 innings. And of course, every time he goes to the mound, every time he makes a pitch, you kind of hold your breath. He had rotator cuff and elbow injuries a couple of years ago, and still pitched 80 innings. So Hong-Chi Kuo will take his time, and we'll be back. got Adam LaRoche in the second inning, and then Kelly Johnson with that big curveball, and then Brian McCann. And then after that inning, Billingsley in the bottom half had a base hit to left field and apparently felt the hamstring. He was obligated to go to the mound and now leaves. If we get a report, we'll pass it along to you. Hung-Chi Kuo coming in, and we look back on Billingsley's work. 78 pitches and 1 earned run. The error by Loney set up Jurgens to score on a double play ball in the third inning. So Chad goes out, and the Dodgers hope that that hamstring will loosen up. Hung-Chi Kuo is slowly getting ready. And of course, you can understand them bringing Kuo in. You have left-hand batters Church and Johnson and McLeod. Ryan Church is hitting 185 against left-hand pitching. Kelly Johnson, however, is hitting 314 against left-hand pitching. Then we'll see about a hitter from Medlin. And one other left-hand batter would be McLeod. And McLeod is hitting 242 against left-handers. So the one fella who has done well, Kelly Johnson, will bat second in the inning. You know, kids can now train for the big leagues on the field at Dodger Stadium, sure. During Junior Dodger Training Days, August 20th and 21st, children 7 to 12 learn baseball skills from coaches and players and receive a free Dodger jersey. So to book your spot, visit Dodgers.com/Junior Dodgers or call 323-224-2646. Hung-Chi Kuo fighting, I'm sure, a tendency, and now he's indicated, I think, one more pitch and he's ready. You know, you come in from the bullpen, you know everybody's waiting, and you love to be able to pitch right away, but you have to say, no, not until my body tells me I'm ready, not the clock. And he now appears satisfied that he can pick up the pitching chores. So Hung-Chi Kuo 1-0 in his 14th game. Kuo with 6 walks, 12 strikeouts, and Ryan Church 1 for 2 will start it off. 5-2 Dodgers, 7th inning. Church single to center, fly to left, shows bunt, takes a strike. His base hit in the second inning drove in a run. One ball and 1 strike to Ryan Church. So Billingsley went 6. Kuo trying to pick up for him. A little breaking ball, a little slider, but it ran off the plate. 2-1 the count. Church knocked in the run in the second inning. The other Braves run scored as Prado was grounding into a double play. 2-2. Tomorrow night, Kawakami and Kershaw. Sunday afternoon, Vasquez and Elbert. Braves so-so against left-hand starters on the road. They're 9-9. Missed with the fastball. He still hits 93. So 3-2 the count to Ryan Church. All the way. Three and 2. Very high. So Church opens up with a walk, and Kelly Johnson, who has had success against left-hand pitching, coming up.
Kelly Johnson.
So Quo, who was sidelined with arm problems, facing Johnson, who was sidelined with tendinitis of the right wrist. Kelly was activated 23rd of July. He has 4 home runs against left-hand pitching, check swing foul, and holding his own, hitting .314. Meanwhile, Chipper Jones unable to play, and Johnson trying to make the most of it. And that's whacked into right center field. Kemp running to the wall. It is gone. Kelly Johnson's 5th home run against left-hand pitching, and his 8th home run of the year. And the Braves now get right back in the game. Dodgers 5, Braves 4. And Matt Diaz will be coming off the bench to bat. So Kelly got that ball down, and most left-hand hitters like it down, and he hit it down and out.
Attention, please. Pinch hitting number 23, Matt Diaz.
So Kelly Johnson substituting for Chipper Jones, and he helps get the Braves a look at the game now. And the batter is Matt Diaz, and he flies one to deep right center. Back goes Kemp to the track at the wall, leaps up and makes the catch. Whoa. Take another look. Matt timed his jump perfectly and held onto it, hitting the pad. Amazing athletic ability. He took his eye off the ball for a split second just to see where the wall was, and somehow it was there when he looked back. Wonderful play. A very frustrated Matt Diaz, who last night had 2 singles and a double. But of course, Diaz knows all about a ball going off your glove crashing into the wall. In the 3rd inning last night, Matt went up in the wall, and the ball hit by Ethier went off the tips of his glove for a triple. The Diaz came so close. No cigar. And with 1 out, the batter is Nate McLeod. And look at the pads. The spikes cut a hole in it. Of course, that's a thought, a dangerous thought, that you get hung up in the pads and really wreck your ankles, knee, or whatever. And now Joe Torre apparently thinking, wait a minute, I think maybe Hung-Chi Ko is not quite ready. So George Sherrill throwing in the pen. Joe talking to the left-hander. He knows how badly he wants to pitch and pitch well. At the same time, consuming a little time for Sherrill to get ready. Eric Cooper out there to talk to Joe. You have to say, let's speed things along. And of course, Joe would love the conversation that lets Sherrill make a few more throws. So the Dodgers led 5-2, 5-4. Joe takes the ball from Hung-Chi Ko, and the embattled left-hander comes out, and another left-hander, George Sherrill, will be coming in, and we'll be back. 3-run home run by Casey Blake. The difference, this was Atlanta when Billingsley felt the hamstring tighten, and he immediately came out limping. Tonight, he got the base hit, and although it appears like he's okay running to first base, the report is that's when it hurt again. So he went to the mound, makes one pitch, required to do that, and then comes out. Hung-Chi Kuo came in, obviously tried to get ready and wasn't. Gave up a walk, a home run, and then Matt Diaz almost hit a game-tying home run. So they bring in George Sherrill to face Nate McLeod. Of course, Joe Torre has the luxury of 3 left-handers in the bullpen, although Scott Elbert would be available. He's going to be starting on Sunday. Pop fly to Furcal, and then Hudson moves all the way across the infield at Henry. Raphael said, well, okay, if you wanted that badly, you got it. So Hudson handles a pop fly in front of the shortstop. 2 out. And now here comes Martin Prado. Grounded to short, hit into a double play, and singles. He is 1 for 8 in the series, 1 for 3 tonight. Prado with 7 home runs, 32 runs batted in, and hitting a solid .315. From Maracay in Venezuela. Sherrill, good breaking ball in for a strike. So George immediately takes over 0-2. The volunteer from Nashville, Tennessee. 32 years old. Last 2 years had 51 saves for Baltimore, but that's going to be a base hit. Manny knocks it down, and so trying to take advantage of it, and a head-first belly whopper. Prado is into second base, and the tying run is out there. Manny had to come a long way to cut it down. Looked like he barehanded it and then dropped it, and then had trouble picking it up. So we'll assume it'll be a double all the way unless we hear otherwise. No, it's going to be a single and an error charge to Ramirez. So Prado is the tying run for Garrett Anderson. Anderson, as we mentioned early in the game, is certainly no stranger, playing all those years for the Angels and playing here. In 27 previous games, he hit .305 here with 7 home runs. Big curveball off the plate, ball 1. Garrett, 37. Amazing thing, in his entire career, he's been hit by a pitch only 6 times. Out of the way. I mean, Ethier, Martin, and Pierre have each been hit 7 times this year. And here's Garrett, who came to the big leagues in 1994. 16 seasons, and he's been hit 6. Remarkable. 1-1. Whoop. That was almost number 7. 2-1. So Sherrill trying to drive him off the plate. They certainly know each other from years in the American League. And a little fly ball to right field. That'll be that. So remember, last night, Chipper Jones was hitting in the number 3 slot, but not tonight. And it's 5-4 Dodgers. Now the crowd will be asked to join God Bless America and then take me out to the ball game.
Top-notch records recording artist Whitney Wong. Whitney will be accompanied by Nancy B. at the Dodger Stadium organ.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Whitney Wolonen. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the California Lottery 7th inning stretch. One lucky row fans will receive Super Lotto Plus
Dodgers. Manny Acosta coming out of the bullpen for Atlanta. Pride of Panama. And Manny at 6'4", about 175. Following George Sherrill, who made quick 8 pitches for the Dodgers. Acosta now will be working to Ethier, Ramirez, and Blake. Manny, 28 years old. 0-1 to Andre. Yeah, the Ethier fan club holding up the banner. Acosta last year allowed left-handers to hit 280. Right-handers hit only 218. And he has Ethier in the hole now. 0-2. Andre walked, lined out to right, walked again. Remember, that was the call where it looked like the plate umpire, Eric Cooper, had called strike. Well, then it looked like, because he did, Chuck Merriweather called for a call out, and they both turned out to be on base. Towering fly ball, but it appears playable. Yep, Nate McLeod. One away. So 1 out, 7th inning, and Manny Ramirez coming up.
Manny Ramirez.
Ramirez has had only 1 at-bat in the past against Acosta, and he's 0 for 1. He struck out. Five runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Braves. Ball 1. On deck, Casey Blake. He hit the 3-run home run in the 5th inning. Johnson hit a 2-run home run in the 7th to tighten it up, and it's 5-4 Dodgers. Fastball in there. He hit 92 on the gun. Acosta would certainly empathize with Chad Billingsley. Last year he was out for over a month with a sprained right hamstring. Ball 2, 2-1. Manny walked, flied to left, struck out. He has to count his way now, 3-1. It's been Jurgens, Medlin, and now Acosta. Fastball for a strike. Manny hits 92 on the gun, and the other Manny just looked low after it had passed through the strike zone, and of course that's when you can be fooled watching it on TV. 3-2. One Manny against the other. Breaking ball off speed, and down he goes. Boy, that was a great pitch on the heels of that 3-1 fastball. It came up there about 80 miles an hour, and Ramirez badly fooled. So 2 down in the 7th inning, and the batter is Casey Blake. Blake struck out, singled, and then hit his first home run in over a month with 2 on in the 5th inning in that wild, disputed 5th inning. Ball 1. And Bobby Cox was kicked out for the 148th time. And then, although he was being replaced, Jair Jurgens was chased out of a game in which he had already left. 2-0. At least that was the signal from Eric Cooper. Casey with 13 home runs, 64 runs batted in, hitting .290. That dips in nicely for a strike. The Manny Acosta got Ethier on a long fly ball, struck out Ramirez, and now 2-1 to Casey Blake. Ground ball into right field. Well, he just took the best he could with a fastball, went the other way, and so Blake comes up with his 3rd hit tonight. Casey last night had a double in his last at bat and a walk. So he's had 3 consecutive base hits, single, 3 home run, and then another single. James Loney struck out all 3 times. James hitting .286, 7 home runs, 68 runs batted in. Ball 1. When the Braves come up in the 8th inning, they have left-hand hitters Brian McCann and Adam LaRoche, and then the right-hand hitting Yunel Escobar, followed by 2 more left-handers, Church and Johnson. 2-0. The big weapon for the Braves, if you weren't with us earlier, the Braves lost Chipper Jones in batting practice. He hurt his side. That really was a body blow for the Braves. Chipper had a single, double, home run, walk, and stolen base last night. One-man gang. That's a strike. 2-1. Braves began the night 7.5 games behind Philadelphia, so they can ill lose Chipper Jones. They're 5.5 back in the wild card. 2-1. And ball 3. As far as the wild card and everything else is concerned, the Giants lead the Reds 5-3 in the 8th, and Colorado took care of the Cubs 6-2. 3-1 to Loney. Fastball, and he missed with it. So with 2 out, Blake singles, Loney walks, and here comes Matt Kemp.
The Dodgers number 27, Matt Kemp.
Chino, who lives in Visalia, so he's kind of a local boy, at the helm now that Bobby is back in the clubhouse. 2 on, 2 out. Kemp rounded to third, single to left, and came to score and flied to left. 1 for 3. 319, 15 home runs, 69 runs batted in. Good breaking ball for a strike. 0-1. Well, the great pitch he threw to Manny Ramirez on the heels of a good fastball. 0-1 to Matt Kemp. Missed with the fastball. Acosta 1-0. ERA of 3.8. Been in 25 games. Allowed a couple more hits than innings pitched. 13 walks, 19 strikeouts. Now it's 14 walks, 20 strikeouts. 1-1. Overthrowing, and he hit 95. So he's behind 2-1 to Matt Kemp. Blake standing at second, Loney at first. Time for the moment. Ball boy going down in the corner to retrieve a dreaded beach ball, so timeout. Kawakami and Kershaw tomorrow night, Vasquez and Elbert on Sunday. Dodgers then go to San Francisco and Arizona. Come home for what should be a dandy of a shootout with the Cardinals and the Cubs. Two and one to Kemp. Fastball, and he missed again. And again he hits 95. So he had that good 3-1 fastball to Ramirez, then came back with a breaking ball to strike him out. But then Blake singled on a fastball and Loney walked. And he's in a hole to Kemp, 3-1 with Russell Martin on deck. And that's popped up. The shortstop, Yunel Escobar, calling and waiting, and that's that. So no runs, 1 hit. Dodgers lead 2, and at the end of 7, Dodgers 5, Braves 4. game. Everybody but Bobby Cox. Bobby, turn away from the TV screen. Don't look at it again. It looks like a strike. It looks like an out. Turns out to be a walk, and the runner's safe at second. And then Bobby didn't see it. Casey Blake hits a 3-run home run. Okay, Bobby, you can look again. Brian McCann, Adam LaRoche, Yunel Escobar in that order. McCann grounded to first, grounded to short, struck out. He's having a long series, 0 for 8, hitting .287. Sherrill starts him off with a big breaking ball, 0-1. McCann last year had 23 home runs for the Braves. 2 years before that, he had 24. He is 12 now. 1-1. The boy from Athens, Georgia. Two years ago, Brian signed a 6-year deal with the Braves, plus options for 2013. Fastball. 1-2. George Sherrill, third Dodger pitcher. Fastball. Sherrill throwing 87, 88. Off-speed breaking ball. They check, no swing. 2-2 the count. We mentioned it the other night. George Sherrill does something that most pitchers don't do. They usually train you to keep your head on the strike zone, but he almost turns his back completely on the hitter. And it looks like he's not looking at, look at that. And then lowers his head. A little squirter off his glove for call. Has time with McCann running and gets him. So you would think with that kind of delivery he would be vulnerable to a ball hit back to the box, but he was backed up by Raphael. One away here in the 8th inning, and Adam LaRoche coming up. Of course, I remember when Brad Penny was here. Brad Penny always looked away. Looked like he was looking over in the dugout a lot of times, and yet at the right moment he was on target. Slow curveball, ball 1. Adams struck out, grounded out, and walked. 0 for 2. Last night he was 2 for 3. Very dangerous with that 25 home run average each year. Back in 2006, LaRoche hit 32. Then last year he hit 25. 1-2 to Adam. 29 years old. He'll be 30 in November. 1-2. Curveball and a fly ball. Matt Kemp. So 2 out in the 8th inning. And Yunel Escobar, single to right, walk, hit into a force play. Sherrill, who wears the cap with the bill flat right down around the brow. At Baltimore with Kevin Millar. Millar called him the Brim Reaper. Curveball and a dandy. 0-1. Sherrill an even 6, working on Yunel Escobar. 2 out, 8th inning, 5-4 Dodgers. Ground ball to the hole, base hit. So Escobar goes 2 for 3 with a walk. And the batter will be Ryan Church. Church walked in the 7th inning. And that was the interesting inning with Hung Chi Kuo coming in after Billingsley had to come out. Ryan Church was not doing anything against left-hand pitching, hitting only 185. He walked. And then Johnson, who's hitting 314 against left-handers, came up and hit a home run. And the Braves were back in the game. Church badly fooled on that slider. 0-1. Ryan came to the Braves in the deal that sent Jeff Francoeur to New York, to the Mets. Escobar at first, the tying run. Of course, that's one thing about Sherrill. Since he's not looking at the hitter, he certainly can look at the base runner. Yunel Escobar has only stolen 3 bases. Fouled away. 1-2 the count to Ryan Church. Church starting tonight against Billingsley. Matt Diaz had played last night, and then Diaz came up on the heels of the home run by Kelly Johnson, and he pinned Matt Kemp to the wall for a long out in the 7th. Just off the plate. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes. Sherrill, fastball, slider. Basically, that's about it. Breaking ball fouled away. Curveball in on the hands. Sherrill went a couple of years without giving up a home run. That's right. He went 88 straight games and 50 innings without allowing a home run from 05 to 07. Fastball sliced down the left field line, and it's a fair ball. Escobar's to third. They will hold him on the double by Church. And now the Braves have runners at second and third with 2 out. And the man who hit the 2-run home run against Kuo, Kelly Johnson, coming up.
Second baseman number 2, Kelly Johnson.
Ball going down in the corner. By the time Manny got back in, runners at second and third. So Church 2 for 3 plus a walk. And now the big at bat for Kelly Johnson, who had struck out and flied to right against Billingsley and hit the 2-run home run against Kuo. Ball 1, good save. Sherrill has had 1 wild pitch, none in the American League. He's had 1 for the Dodgers. Second and third, 2 out, 5-4 Dodgers, 8th inning. Fastball in there. He hits 90 on the gun. 1-1 the count. Greg Norton is on deck to possibly pinch hit if given a chance, and Guillermo Mota is heating up, perhaps to go head to head with him. 1-1. Almost got him. Well, Sherrill, who wants the outside part of the plate for his curveball, immediately drive Kelly Johnson off the plate. Turns him around. For Sherrill now, he's had to labor. This will be his 30th pitch in the inning. inside corner. Well, maybe Kelly, having been driven off the plate, was looking for something away, and Sherrill hit the edge inside. So the deuces are wide. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. Breaking ball, little pop fly to Orlando Hudson. No runs, 2 hits. Left at second and third, and the Dodgers lead 5-4. Braves thoroughly frustrated. They left the tying run at second base in the 7th inning, and they left a tying and possibly go-ahead run on base in the 8th. So now Acosta facing Martin, Hudson, and the pitcher spot, and ball 1 to Russell Martin. Single to right, stole a base, scored a run. Single to left, set up a run, and fly to center, 2 for 3. Fastball. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Jonathan Broxton begins to loosen up. George Sherrill came in and made 31 pitches, and he'll give way to Big John. Martin hitting .270. His stock has really been on the rise. And a strike. The paid attendance on a Friday night with fireworks after the game, 53,184. 53,184. Check swing. They say look at first. Mike Riley says no swing. 2-2. Fastball, little pop fly. Kelly Johnson, 1 away. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class Attention Assist of the game. Matt Diaz at the plate, and Matt Kemp on his horse, climbing the wall and making the big play right after Kelly Johnson had hit a 2-run home run. Kelly left his mark because when Matt went up against the wall on Johnson's home run, he tore the padding. And you can see that padding when he went up to make the catch on Diaz. There it is. So 5-4 Dodgers, 1 out in the 8th. Orlando takes a hook for a strike, 0-1. Hudson single, stole a base. His base hit drove in a run. Grounded into a double play and grounded out. 0-1. Up north, the Reds, trailing the Giants, finally caught them. Lance Nix with a 2-run single in the 8th inning. So they're in the bottom of the 8th. Giants 5, Reds 5. Colorado beat the Cubs 6-2. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the dirt all the way to the backstop. Orlando hitting .293, 7 home runs, 54 runs batted in. So again, a 1-run difference in the Braves and the Dodgers. 2-1. Chopper foul. So if you back to 2006 to tonight, the Dodgers have scored 117 runs against the Braves, and the Braves have scored 114 runs against the Dodgers. 2-2. Breaking ball, he just did get a piece of it on a check swing. So Acosta, fastballs and sliders and an occasional slow curve. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Braves will have a hitter for Acosta, McLouth and Prado due up in the 9th. Looking at the reserves for the Braves, they have Chipper Jones, but I don't believe Chipper can play. So they have Greg Norton, who had made an appearance in the on-deck circle. He's a switch hitter. Then they have Dory Hernandez and the backup catcher David Ross, who is usually the last man to see action. So David, the former Dodger, taking in the action. 2-2, and down goes Orlando. Second strikeout for Acosta, and Juan Pierre is now going to come up and bat for Sherrill.
Your attention, please. Pitching for the Dodgers, number 9, Juan Pierre.
Roger McDowell, Roger the Dodger, the pitching coach for the Braves. And he will take the ball from Acosta. He has the left-hander, Eric O'Flaherty. Bigora down in the bullpen. And Eric will be coming in. We saw him briefly last night. He came in to face Ethier and got him on a fly ball. And we'll be back. Another tough ball game. Dodgers leading 5-4. Juan Pierre will bat for George Sherrill, and Eric O'Flaherty out of Walla Walla, Washington, originally signed by the Mariners. And what a start he had with them back in 2007 when he won his first 7 decisions without a loss. O'Flaherty, 24 years old, 6'2", 195. No balls and 1 strike to Pierre, batting .314. Over the top, good fastball. 0-2. Pierre up against a workhorse, O'Flaherty, in 56 games. No balls and 2 strikes. Just to move him off the plate, he hits 90 on the gun. O'Flaherty's allowed 1 home run this year. It was Prince Fielder. Little roller to the right side. Kelly Johnson does that. And we are heading for the 9th. With the Dodgers trying to hold on to a 5-4 lead, enter Jonathan Broxton. Traveling 18-3, but they have to get by the Braves in the 9th inning. Greg Norton, a veteran, a switch hitter, will come off the bench and hit for O'Flaherty. Juan Pierre is now in left field. So what that means is, in a tough 1-run game, Jonathan Broxton is in Manny Ramirez's spot, which would be due up 3rd in the bottom of the 9th should the Braves do something. Confidence in Jonathan with his 7-0 record. Big John, among other things, 21 walks, 74 strikeouts. Not quite, but close enough to be 4-1. Greg Norton was originally signed by the White Sox out of the University of Oklahoma back in 1993. One of the odd things about Greg as a pinch hitter, he pinch hit for a catcher, and he got 2 hits in the same inning in his first 2 major leagues at bat. First time since Billy Martin. A strike to Greg. Norton hitting just .143. Hitting left-handed, he's just 4 for 44. Foul back, 0-2. Norton is another veteran. He's 37 years old, born in San Leandro, Makes his home in Denver last we checked. Originally drafted by the Giants out of high school, but went to Oklahoma U. 0-2. And popped up behind the plate. Martin to the screen, and it's on the other side. Give us a chance to tell you about Greg Norton. Came up to the White Sox in '96, stayed with them through 2000. Then Greg went to the Rockies and was with them for 3 years. Then to the Tigers, the Devil Rays, the Mariners, and the Braves. So a much-traveled Greg Norton. On deck, McLeod and then Prado. Oh, 2. And a pop fly for Paul Calling. So 1 out in the 9th inning, and Nate McLeod coming out.
Nate McLeod.
They're looking at Broxton going head-to-head with the Braves. McLeod 0 for 2. Prado did not face him. Garrett Anderson 2 for 3. But Anderson is due up 4th in the inning. So here's Nate. Fly to center. Drag bunt single. Grounded to short and popped up. Ball 1. Five runs, 9 hits, 2 errors charged to the Dodgers tonight. 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error charged to the Braves. 1-0. On the corner. Good fastball. John closed up against the Brewers and made 26 pitches in his 1 inning. Fastball. 1-2. Gun showing him hit 98. The scouts tell us the Dodger gun is probably 2 miles higher. Still lets you know the big man is letting it fly. 1-2 to count to Nate McLeod. Martin Prado on deck. And there's somebody on the field trying to draw attention, so timeout. We never like to show it because we feel it's like maybe a pyromania, where if he sees a kid run on the field, it stirs him to run on the field. We don't think it's particularly good or nice to show. Sometimes it gets a little rough too, so it's better keeping the cameras off. They will take him off, and in a moment we'll keep going. In fact, they'll carry him off. 53,184 with 1 out in the 9th. Dodgers 5, Braves 4. Okay. Broxton, meanwhile, using the time to stay warm. Nate McLeod, meanwhile, had to just stand around. Now he's about ready to climb back in. 1 out in the 9th, 5-4 Dodgers. Dodger record in 1-run games is rather remarkable. 17-3 at home. Of course, you go on the road and you get in a one-run game. It's a totally different ball game. The Dodgers in one-run games on the road are 4-9, but at home they're amazing. Two and two. Ground foul. And McLeod will have to get another bat. Sounded like he cracked it, and sure enough. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, when you're swinging at Broxton and you get a 90-mile-an-hour slider in on the hands, it's amazing, A, that you hit it, and B, that the bat doesn't break. And by the way, the gun registered 90 on that slider. Big John with 24 saves. Nate 1 for 4, hitting .258. Fastball just missed. Naturally, the crowd, highly partisan, wants every pitch a strike. Waiting on deck, Martin Prado. 3-2 to Nate. And ball 4. So for the Braves, they had the tying run at second in the 7th. They had runners at second and third in the 8th. And now they have the potential tying run at first, enough to drive a manager to drink. And the batter, Martin Prado. Prado was 0 for 7 in the series, and then in the 6th inning he singled to center, and in the 7th inning singled to left. Twice they've left him at second base. And McLeod goes. The pitch is high. The throw is late. So Nate McLeod steals his 17th base. Straight steal. He wasn't looking back. He's stolen 17 out of 19. So the fleet-footed center fielder in there relatively easy and stayed on the bag. So now the tying run is out there again in the last 3 innings. Prado with 1 out, hitting .316. Boy, what a success rate, 89%. Fastball strike. Big John goes right back, throwing at 96. Braves have certainly had ample opportunities. Now 4 straight innings to get a runner home from scoring position. 1-1. Fastball foul back. Again at 96. By the way, the Reds pushed over a run. A bases loaded walk to Brandon Phillips by Brian Wilson, the reliever for the Giants, and the Reds still hitting, 1 out, bases loaded, and they lead the Giants 6-5. Giants almost got to 5.5 last night. Now they're in danger of dropping to 7.5. 1-2 to Prado with Garrett Anderson on deck. Martin, 7 home runs, 32 runs batted in. Time. Prado's 25. He'll be 26 after the season. signed as a free agent, worked his way up through the Braves organization. 1-2. So Broxton on an 87-mile-an-hour slider takes care of Prado. See where Martin sets off the strike zone and off the plate. Just a little dip to it at the last minute. So now Garrett Anderson, and Martin goes out to talk to Broxton. Garrett Anderson is 2 for 3. He was the one Brave with good numbers against Broxton. And here he is, the veteran left fielder, born in Los Angeles, 37 years old. Anderson was 1 for 4 last night, and he is 0 for 4 tonight. So just 1 for 8 in the series. And in the crowd, it's everybody up. Ground ball through. Here comes McLeod, and the Braves have caught the Dodgers 5-5. Garrett Anderson, who has hit over 300 against the Dodgers here at Dodger Stadium, though he's very much at home here, and he comes up with a clutch hit. Fastball out over the plate, and he drives it into right field. So the walk and then the stolen base. And we have a 5-5 tie. And the batter now, Brian McCann, as McLeod, who came up with that clutch stolen base, is cashed in. Garrett Anderson, a momentary hero. He does have 1 stolen base this year, but you don't expect him to do any running as he talks to Loney. 5-5 in the 9th. McCann 0 for 4. Ball 1. The Broxton starting McCann with the slider after Anderson hit the fastball. Ryan is 0 for 9 in the series. So he is hungry. One and 1. Anderson certainly, McCann certainly looks trim enough with Anderson at first. Brian at one time had the nickname Heaps, like a heap of French fries, but he's in good shape. 1 and 1. Another strike. Of course, Brian caught 145 games last year, 139 the year before. That'll trim you up. Anderson at first, 5-5 in the 9th, 2 out. Foul ball. When the Dodgers come up, and remember, it was interesting that gamble when Pierre batted for Sherrill and stayed in the game. That meant Manny Ramirez's spot in the lineup would be taken over by Jonathan Broxton. So the Dodgers in the 9th inning have Furcal, Ethier, and Broxton. One and 2. There goes Anderson, and it's fouled away. So they were running Garrett. Last year, Brian McCann hit .301. 3 years ago, he hit .333. So a good hitter struggling in the series. 1-2 to Bryan. Fastball fouled away at 95. McCann hitting .340 against right-handers. With his 12 home runs, 11 of them have been hit against right-hand pitching. He's had 31 two-out RBIs this year. And a little roll at Aloney. He'll take it to the bag, and that's it. However, Garrett Anderson singles on Nate McLeod, who walked and stole second, and we head to the bottom of the ninth, 5-5. The second hit in the series, and it was enough to tie it up 5-5. Now in the bottom of the ninth inning, the Dodgers, in looking back in this rather remarkable year, they lead the majors with 11 walk-off wins, 5 by Ethier, 3 of them home runs, and in one-run games at home, the remarkable 17-3. Standing in their way right now will be a left-hander, Mike Gonzalez. And Andre Ethier will be batting second behind Rafael Furcal. Furcal will turn around to hit right-handed. He's been very consistent. 264 right, 270 left. Gonzalez comes into the game 3-3 with a good ERA of 2.8. He has 9 saves, and we always look walks and strikeouts, and he's better than 3-1. Fastball, ball 1. Gonzalez signed by the Pirates and then finally came to the Braves last year. 1-1. Fastball, change, slider. Different kind of a windup. And the bunt back to the mound. 1 away. So with 1 out, Andre Ethier coming up. Remember, Broxton bats in the 3rd slot. There's no man. So the Dodgers have to get Mota up in the bullpen as Ethier checks in. Andre walked, line to right, walked again, and fly deep to center. There are the walk-offs. Corey Snyder, Kent Urbeck, Poppy, and Andre. Strike. Know what you're thinking, so we'll answer that part of the story. Gonzalez has allowed 4 home runs. Could you have 2 pitchers who are both left-handed have such a different delivery? Sherrill, who just about turns his back on the hitter, and Gonzalez totally open. Ball 1. And he hits 93 on the gun. Last year, left-handers hit 259 against him. Right-handers 196. 2-2 to Andre. Broxton is out on deck with a bat in his hand. Gonzalez had Tommy John surgery 2 years ago. Ball 3. One out, 9th inning, 5-5, 3-2 the count to Andre. Look at it. And falling down is Gonzalez. Boy, you talk about losing it. Mike trying to get a little something next to him, took a tumble. Of course, remember, too, he is the 9th pitcher to go to that mound. And he really took a header. Broxton, of course, will not be coming up. Mark Loretta will come out of the dugout. So Big John never did get to swing the bat. Didn't figure anyway.
Attention, please, for the Dodgers. Pinch hitting, number 5, Mark Loretta.
So Loretta coming up as a pinch hitter. He's had 11 hits, 6 runs batted in, and if you're wondering about heat here, he has stolen 5 out of 8. I was just thinking how noisy it would be if Manny was here. Big bouncer down to short. They'll get 1. They will get 2. And we will get the 10th inning. So Loretta, a double play. Mike Gonzalez heals well after taking a header. And it is 5-5. and stole second. And then with 2 out, Garrett Anderson got a fastball and swacked it into right field. McLeod scoring. That tied it up 5-5. So we go to the 10th. Totals almost identical except for the extra Dodger error. Adam LaRoche will start it off against James McDonald. So McDonald is the 10th pitcher in the game. Billingsley, Quo, Sherrill, Broxton, and McDonald. Jurgens, Medlin, Acosta, O'Flaherty, and Gonzalez for the Braves. Broxton made 23 pitches, and now McDonald going to work. LaRoche struck out, grounded out, walk, fly to center. Dropped that in nicely for a strike. 0-1. LaRoche, born in Orange County when his dad was there. Big overhand breaking ball for a strike. So 2 curveballs, and they count 0-2. Adam lives in Fort Scott, Kansas now. And 3 breaking balls take care of him. Adam looking out, can't believe it. James gave him 3 12-6s. Up there, down there, see you later. 1 out in the 10th. And the batter, Yunel Escobar, singled and scored, walked, hit into a force play, singled and was left at third. Braves finally broke through. They left a runner in scoring position in the 6th, in the 7th, left 2 in scoring position in the 8th, and finally collected 1 in the 9th that tied it up. Escobar 2 for 3 tonight, 1 for 3 last night. 1 ball, 1 strike. A lot of breaking balls from McDonald. James beat 25, middle of October. There's a fastball. 6'5", about 195. His dad, a wide receiver in the NFL. High roller to the left for call. Bad hop, but he stays with it to get him. 2 down, top of the 10th inning, and Ryan Church will be coming up.
Ryan Church.
As far as extra inning games are concerned, the Braves are 6-3. The Dodgers in extra inning games are 10-3. Church, a walk, a single, and a double. He got that walk, and it was followed by the home run by Kelly Johnson against Quo in the 7th inning. Ryan has been struggling against left-hand pitching, but he's been hitting .300 against right-handers. 0-2 the count. Two out in the 10th. Dodgers will have Blake, Loney, and Kemp in the bottom of the 10th inning. Well, McDonald comes in, retires the side, throwing a lot of curveballs, and we go to the bottom of the 10th, 5-5. James Loney and Matt Kemp. Mike Gonzalez, who induced Loretta to hit into the double play in the ninth, now working the 10th. Little breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. Casey Blake struck out and singled, hit a 3-run home run and singled to right, so he's 3 for 4. High fastball out of the zone. 0-2 the count. Casey a little annoyed at himself, I'm sure. Of course, we've seen a lot of those pitches up that Blake hits out in the dirt. The Braves got Mike Gonzalez 2 years ago in a deal that sent Adam LaRoche to Pittsburgh. Now they've been reunited. Adam at first base tonight. 1-2 to Blake. Ground ball, diving try by Gonzalez, but Escobar makes the play. Oh, Mike is all over that mound. 1 down here in the 10th inning.
Dodgers first baseman, number 7, James Loney.
James Loney has struck out 3 times and walked 0 for 3. That big 7 on his back is a constant reminder of the fact he has hit 7 home runs this year, but all 7 on the road. Looked like a breaking ball and not much of a break to it. Ball 1. Loney has hit 28 home runs for the Dodgers in the last 2 years. 13 last year, 15 the year before. Foul ball. 4 of his 7 home runs this year have been hit against left-handers. One ball, 1 strike. Fastball in there. 1-2. Gonzalez is 6'2" and about 220, they say. That's quite a delivery. Fastball grounded to Escobar. So 2 down in the 10th inning, and the batter will be Matt Kemp. Boy, did the wheels ever come off the Giants wagon tonight. Wow. In the top of the 9th inning, the Reds wound up pummeling the Giants, beat them 10-5. There were 2 Giant errors, and by the way, the Giants made 5 errors in that game. In the 9th inning, there were 4 runs scored, 2 Giant errors, a wild pitch, and the Reds won going away. Colorado beat the Cubs 6-2. 2 down, 10th inning, and here's Matt. Grounded to third, single to left, fly to left. Popped up, made a great catch on a ball hit by Matt Diaz back in the 7th inning, right after Kelly Johnson had hit one out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball, 1-2. Jurgens, Medlin, Acosta, O'Flaherty, and Gonzalez. Billingsley, Quo, Sherrill, Broxton, and McDonald. Billingsley going out with what we think was another tight hamstring. Got him. Slider, strike 3 called. So a nice inning for Mike Gonzalez. In fact, 2 good innings. And at the end of 10, a 5-5 tie. Out 2 innings, he's not allowed a ball hit out of the infield. Got a double play, and he has struck out 1. So he has certainly held on to the tie. Dodgers hope that James McDonald can do the same, and Kelly Johnson will start it off. Then Diori Hernandez and Nate McLeod. Johnson struck out, flied to right, hit a 2-run home run, and popped up. 1-0 the count to Kelly, who would not have been playing except Chipper Jones hurt himself in batting practice. He drives one in the air to Matt Kemp. One out in the 11th inning. And Hernandez now coming up. Diori Hernandez, that first name is D-I-O-R-Y. He's from the Dominican.
Pinch hitting, number 27, Diori Hernandez.
5'11", 170, 25 years old. Signed by the Braves in 2002. And ball 1. Hitting just 146 with a home run and 6 runs batted in. Fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hernandez is hitting .095 against left-handers and .164 against right-handers. And dropped that curveball in. Boy, McDonald brought a dandy to the dance. He threw 3 public enemy number 1s to Adam LaRoche. Hernandez got his first major league hit end of May. And he hit his first major league home run, his only one, against Philadelphia the 1st of July. Basically an infielder. 2-2 to count. So Hernandez batting for Gonzalez. 1 out in the 11th inning. Nate McLeod on deck. Got him. And again, that curveball. When Roy Campanella called that curveball public enemy #1, he had it right on the money. Look at this. Up there, in there. 3 strikeouts for James McDonald. And the batter will be Nate McLeod. McLeod 1 for 4, but a key walk in the 9th inning. And an even more important stolen base. And then Garrett Anderson's 2-out single picked him up to send the game into extra innings. McLeod has stolen 17 out of 19. Yeah, kiss the bat. There's that curveball. James has very, very long fingers. It really helps to grip the ball and get a huge spin. Big bouncer wide of first. Nice grab by Loney, feeding McDonald in time. So a 1-2-3 inning. James McDonald has retired 6 in a row. And here they go in the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Russell Martin, followed by Orlando Hudson, and then Juan Pierre. Moylan, the lad from Australia, comes in. He will be the 6th pitcher for Atlanta. Jurgens, Medlin, Acosta, Flaherty, Gonzalez, and now Peter. Moylan came in last night, struck out Manny Ramirez in the 7th inning, got out of a jam, and was then handed the ball to Soriano, and Soriano gave up the home run to Andre Ethier. So Peter, who is 30 years old, he'll be 31 the middle of December, lives in Vermont, Australia. Played in the Twins organization and went back to Australia to become a pharmaceutical salesman, and then eventually picked up his baseball career, and here he is. Martin at the plate. Fastball, ball 1. Russell single to right, stole a base, scored a run. Single to left, fly to center, and popped up. One ball and no strikes. 1-1. Moylan, fastball. That last one was a 2-seamer with good sink on it. They tell me a good slider and a changeup. One ball, one strike. Big flat slider, 2-1. A couple of years ago, when Moylan was pitching in the minor leagues, he pitched overhand, and the best he could do is hit 89. And then, throwing some baseballs in the outfield, he suddenly started to sidearm the ball and got good velocity. Oh, what a nice play by Prado. A tag, and the ball is lost by LaRoche, and Martin is aboard. They're going to tag Martin if he made the turn, but he did not. So Prado makes a great dive and stop. Pulls LaRoche off the bag, and LaRoche appears to make the tag, only to lose grip on the ball. Right off the bag, now the tag, and there goes the ball. So Orlando Hudson will be coming up. What made the play so tough, really, was Adam trying to stay on the bag. Well, he was fully extended. Meanwhile, Prado, diving for the ball, broke his belt. So timeout for the moment. So Martin gets an infield single. And the batter will be Orlando Hudson, followed by Juan Pierre. I think if LaRoche had just come off the bag and handled the throw, he might have gotten away with it. So Martin is aboard. Big break. Hudson singled, hit into a double play, grounded out, struck out. Hudson has 5 sacrifices, if they're thinking about that. They are. And it's down. Moylan makes the play, and the sacrifice works. So the Dodgers have their first man in scoring position since the 7th inning.
For the Dodgers, left fielder,
Juan
number 9,
Pierre and Rafael Furcal trying to get him home. Pierre came into the game batting for George Sherrill and grounded out in the 8th inning and stayed in the game in left field. That was the gamble, which then put Broxton in Ramirez's spot. And anyway, here we are in the 11th. Pierre hitting .313. Martin the winning run at second with 1 out. Fastball missed. 1 ball and no strike. Peter Moylan had Tommy John surgery. That has certainly saved the careers of so many. And ball 2 to Pierre. Rafael Furcal last night had one of the 2 hits preceding the home run by Andre Ethier, and Rafael is on deck. Two 2-0. And ball 3. If Pierre walks, Furcal comes up, and then the number 3 slot, it would be James McDonald. The Dodgers have Juan Castro, Tony Abreu, and the backup catcher Brad Ausmus. 3-0 to Juan Pierre. And almost looked like he didn't want to give him a strike. So Pierre draws the walk. Roger McDowell pacing in the dugout. Terry Pendleton.
Number 15,
And the batter is Furcal. Grounded to short, grounded to second, singled, and was aboard when Blake hit the 3-run home run. Since then, grounded to first and bunted back to the box. And Roger McDowell going out to the mound to talk to Moylan. I had a chance to talk to Roger before the game, and last night Bobby Cox had gone out to remove O'Flaherty, but then McDowell went out and removed Moylan for Soriano. So I said to Roger, is there anything wrong with Bobby's knees? Because he didn't go out to the mound. And Roger said no. He said, Bobby told me to go out and give Moylan a bit of a pep talk. Well, that's exactly what he's doing again tonight, trying to give him a pep talk. 2 on, 1 out, 11th inning. And Raphael for call will go up against him. Raphael hitting .267. 145. Ball 1. Moylan came into the game with a pretty high ERA, almost 5. Struck out 42, walking 21. A pretty good 2-to-1 ratio, but right now Martin at second, Pierre at first, 1 out. Five runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 5 runs, 9 hits for the Braves. Fastball, little roller to LaRoche. He'll feed Moylan. Rounding third, going into a slide, and then going back to the bag. So now, here he comes yet again. Andre Ethier with first base open. And then McDonald's spot. Well, what do they do? We'll find out in a moment.
For the Dodgers, right fielder, number 16, Andre Ethier.
Tony Abreu, who just joined the Dodgers today from Albuquerque, comes out on deck. So will they walk Ethier? Well, the first thing, Peter Moylan is tying the laces on his shoe. Well, we watch Brian McCann, and he's going to indicate walking. Tony Abreu, who just arrived from Albuquerque, will be coming up. Ball 3, 1 to go. Ethier walks 4 times tonight and winds up going 0 for 2. Tony Abreu, 24 years old, out of the Dominican Republic, right-handed all the way. 2 years ago, Abreu with the Dodgers hit .271. The Braves indicating their infield. Tony is 5'11", about a 200-pounder. Made all the stops: Columbus, Vero Beach, Jacksonville, Vegas. Then this year, Chattanooga and Albuquerque. As we said 2 years ago, in 59 games, he hit .271. Here's Tony with the bases loaded. And ball 1. Really all the pressure on Moylan. Dodgers used Pierre, who grounded out, Loretta, who hit into a double play, and now Abreu. Ground ball to short. Escobar across to LaRoche, and we're heading for the 12th inning. No runs, an infield single, and 3 left. And at the end of 11, 5-5. looked like a strike and an out at second base. Instead, it was ball 4. Bobby Cox was kicked out. Then Casey Blake homered with 2 aboard. Then Billingsley got a base hit, and then the hamstring bit him, and he had to come out of the game. And with the Dodgers holding on to a 1-run lead, Broxton let the save get away. Garrett Anderson singled in Nate McLeod. So if you've been to the movie theater or whatever, at 7 minutes after 11, it's 5-5 in the 12th inning. Prado, Anderson, and McCann will be facing Ramon Troncoso. Troncoso, the 12th pitcher, 6 for each team. Martin Prado grounded to short, hit into a double play, 2 singles, and struck out. 2 for 5, and a strike. Ramon Troncoso, battling for a decision, is 4-0 and an earned run average under 2. One ball and 1 strike. Pretty impressive 2 innings for James McDonald, retiring 6 in a row, striking out 3. Boy, did he ever have a great curveball. 1-1. Fastball missed. Braves against the West are 2 games under 500. Two and 2. Tomorrow night, Kawakami and Kershaw. Fastball hit to Ethier. Garrett Anderson will be coming up. 1 for 5. Remember the classical night that wound up in the morning? The New York Mets playing in Atlanta on July 4th. You remember that story where Braves management promised their fans fireworks? The game went forever. It was after 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. There might have been 12 people in the ballpark, but they demanded the fireworks. They had to set them off, and the people in the neighborhood certainly did not take kindly to it. Just a thought, as we're in the 12th inning with fireworks promised after the game. Line drive sinking in front of Pierre. So Garrett Anderson base hits each of his last 2 at bats, 1 to right, now to left.
Catcher,
and with 1 out, Brian McCann. McCann 0 for 5 in the first game, 0 for 5 in this game. So Brian, a good solid hitter, 0 for 10. Ball 1. McCann, despite 0 for 10, is hitting .285. On deck, Adam LaRoche. Fastball hit foul down the line, out of play. Troncoso hits 93 on the gun. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brian McCann. Troncoso 26 years old, from the Dominican. Anderson at first, one away. Garrett at 37 does have one stolen base. Five runs, 10 hits for each side. And that's going to be hit in the right field. Anderson will go to second and stop there. So McCann, 0 for 10, comes up with a base hit. And now first and second, one out. And Adam LaRoche coming out. LaRoche, 0 for 4 with a walk, has struck out twice. James McDonald really did a job on him with the curveball in the 10th inning. So we'll see now Martin going out to tell Troncoso what McDonald did. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Scott Elbert, who is supposed to make his major league debut in a starting role on Sunday, is now up in the pen. Elbert hit briefly last night, but only to one man, McCann. So Troncoso is coming out, Elbert's coming in, and we'll be back.
Your attention, please. Coming on to pitch for the Dodgers, number 57.
Fireworks and the time of game in the wee small hours. It was July the 4th, 1985. They were playing the Mets. The game went 19 innings, and the Mets beat the Braves 16-13. And then the fireworks. Scott Elbert with 1 out and 2 on, facing LaRoche and then Escobar. Scott was the pitcher of record last night after striking out McCann when Ethier homered. Now LaRoche starts him fastball for a strike, and he hits 91 on the gun. Adam 0 for 4. Another fastball. So LaRoche went down on curveballs last at bat against McDonald. Now he gets the heat. Elbert, 24 years old. He was a first-round pick 5 years ago. Great ability. 6'1", 210. Fastball, curve, change, slider. 1-2. He had arthroscopic surgery on his shoulder 2 years ago, so that slowed up his development. They are really high on him. Well, that shows you what will happen in the big leagues. You strike out on curveballs in the 10th inning, and you are blown away on fastballs in the 12th inning. And for Adam, he strikes out 3 times. So now the batter, Yunel Escobar. Now Escobar is another story. With runners in scoring position this year, he's hitting .413, and they have Garrett Anderson at second base right now. Ball 1. Not much happened on that pitch. The velocity told you I think it was a breaking ball, but nothing broke. 1-0. Escobar 2 hits and a walk. Another one in the same spot. They keep saying sliders, but nothing's happening on those pitches. 2-0. Fastball. When in doubt, go to the heat. Hits 91 on the gun. 2-1 the count. Two out, 2 on. 12th inning, 5-5. That was 93. 3-1 the count. Waiting on deck, Ryan Church. Three balls and 1 strike with 2 out. And it's going to be hit into right center field. Escobar has done it again. Driven in 1. They throw to third too late. And the Braves take a 6-5 lead. So for a guy hitting over .400 with runners in scoring position, he does it again.
Number 25, Ryan Church.
Escobar's 3rd hit. Anderson scoring. For the young fella from Havana, Cuba. Makes an impression indeed. Ryan McCann went all the way around to third on the base hit. And now here's Ryan Church. He has a single, a walk, and a double. Fastball. Dodgers, Billingsley, Quo, Sherrill, Broxton, McDonald, Troncoso, and Elbert. And hammered to right, down the line, well back in. A 3-run home run, and the Braves now lead 9-5, and they have busted this thing wide open. McCann, who scores, is charged to Troncoso. And then Escobar and Church, of course, charged to Elbert.
Number 2, Kelly Johnson.
So 9-5 Atlanta, and Kelly Johnson coming up. Hard line drive home run. So at 2:21 a.m. in the morning back in Atlanta, Georgia, the Braves have turned it around. It's also almost 11:23 here. 1-0. Kelly had a 2-run home run. This time pops it up to Furcal. But the damage is done. The Braves come up with 4. A key base hit by Escobar, and then the big home run by Church. And we're heading for the bottom of the 12, 9-5 Braves. Seventh Braves pitcher. The big home run by Ryan Church, but the toughest base hit is the 2-out single to drive in a go-ahead run, and that was Escobar, and then Church came up and bombed. I've been reminded, remember when the Mets were here and just made every mistake in the book? And in one of the Mets games, Ryan Church was sorely embarrassed when he missed third base. Well, tonight he has come back to get rid of that bad taste indeed. And a strike to Casey Blake. Soriano, who gave up that big dramatic home run to Andre Ethier last night, trying to close it up. He's from the Dominican. Soriano will be 30 late in December. Originally signed by the Mariners and was with them for quite a while. Came to the Braves in 07. Slider, 1-2. Good pitch. Soriano, after last night, still has a very good ERA of 2.3. He's allowed 3 home runs in 50 innings. 1-2. And a fastball. So Blake goes down, 1 out in the 12th inning. And the batter will be James Loney.
Number 7.
0 for 4 with a walk. Dodgers were down 2-0, tied it up 2-2. Blake hit the 3-run home run to give him the 5-2 lead. Then Kelly Johnson hit a 2-run home run to make it 5-4. Then Garrett Anderson had the base hit in the 9th inning to tie it up 5-5. And then Escobar got the go-ahead single to drive in Anderson. And then Church slammed the door with a 3-run home run. So 9-5 Braves. 1 out in the 12th. One and 2. Soriano hits 93. He's a big fella, 6'1", 220. He was signed as a 16-year-old outfielder by the Mariners. Fly ball into left center. McLeod and Anderson. It will be Anderson. So the Dodgers are down to their last out in the 12th inning, and the batter is Matt Kemp. So as bad a night as it was for Bobby Cox in that nightmare 5th inning, the Braves lead by 4 with 2 out in the 12th. Good pitch for a strike. Little slider, took a lot off. Kemp has 1 hit, 1 for 5. Made the defensive play of the night on the ball hit by Matt Diaz, climbing the wall in center field. 1-1. Another strike. Soriano has 16 saves. We always like to look at strikeouts and walks, and he is 4-1 strikeouts to walk. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fastball, and he hits 94. Tomorrow night, Kawakami and Kershaw. Sunday, Vasquez, and it's supposed to be Elbert. Remember, we told you Kuroda was due to pitch. Then they backed him off for Monday, but they could always change their minds again. 1-2. Fouled away. So for Scott Elbert, it's all part of the maturation. You come in, you have a good at bat or a good appearance. Last night came in, struck out McCann. Then they told him you're going to start on Sunday. Then they bring him in and boom. All part of it. Tomorrow night, Kenshin Kawakami from Tokushima, Japan. Used to pitch for the Chunichi Dragons. And he'll go up against Clayton Kershaw, who is still here, taken in the game. 1-2. Busted bat, comebacker, and that will be that. So the Braves beat the Dodgers 9-5. Ryan Church, a key home run after the toughest base hit, the 2-out single to drive it in the 12th, the 2-out single in the 9th by Anderson.